Hey there guys, it's Metro and we are back. Back again today. Started a little early today. I gotta get off a little early. Moving everything up an hour basically. I gotta get off around 3 o'clock for an appointment. But yeah. Chris, welcome. How's it going? Let's get started, I guess. We did get a different dungeon today, or from yesterday. So hopefully we'll have a little bit better success in here. This dungeon really shouldn't be hard, but people make it hard. Actually, I think what we'll do is just go all the way up to 3,100 being the minimum. Grob pulled up your review from Monday on stream yesterday. Oh yeah, he watched it on his channel too. I watched Tettles do it. I gotta watch Grob do it now too. That's funny. I love watching these guys watch that shit, man. It's so great. Something I didn't notice until I watched Tettles react to it though. The guy actually had already tanked a 4 Rookery. Like on Raider.io, it says 4 Rookery tanked. It's like, what? He said in the video he never tanked it. Even though he tanked the 3 in the run that we recorded. And then also had 4 from like 2 weeks ago or something. So I don't know what the fuck's going on there. There's always this possibility looming that it might not be the same player. Dukin, what's up, buddy? Welcome.
The fall of Dalaran shattered countless irreplaceable artifacts.
A long time ago, there was this idea that sometimes maybe like a father and a son, or like a brother, an older brother and a younger brother might share an account, and that might equate to why these things happen. And like the older brother is the one doing the keys as Havoc, and then the younger brother just watched him do keys as DPS and thinks like, I can do that too. But I have no idea. Wendy, welcome. How's it going? Should I get back to WoW after a 6-month break? Yeah, now's the time before... I mean, the season is well underway, I guess, but yeah. Never a bad time to get back into WoW, I think. Daniel as well, welcome. And Jen as well, welcome. How you guys doing today? Just, yeah, I guess partially part of the problem is now a lot of 3,100 players signed up for 14s. I guess we need to be a little bit more selective after yesterday's colossal failures.
Fallside Outpost needs
Also early, I guess, is part of the problem.
At morning rise. Will you accept this new directive and procure them?
Had family visiting the last few days. Nice to have the place to myself again. Oh yeah. We definitely want to keep doing the wax quest too. Gotta pay attention to that. Strange how few people are signing up. I guess the 3100 thing is a real limitation. Might not even be able to do that and actually get a group. $3,100 would be like mostly 14s, or I guess it's half 14s, half 13s. Because 3K is half 13, half 12, right? Not sure, considering I'm not 3,200 with all 14s, it must be, I don't know. Should say I'm right or I right. Let's take a look before we embark on this path. Season rating cutoffs. Usually shows everything here. All dungeons at 14 would be 3160. All dungeons at 13 would be 3040. So yeah, it would be like a couple 14s. Does it not show like actual breakdown? I guess it doesn't. Hey Metro, what's up buddy? Welcome. Calvin, welcome. Well, I guess we're not gonna be able to do that. How about 3050? Okay. Do that. Hey Metro, I saw System of a Down live this weekend and it reminded me of your singing. Oh, really? They're touring again? What the fuck? I didn't know that. I thought Darren and Serge got, like, they had a falling out. Guess we have no choice but to take Warrior. I timed my last 15 tonight, or last night, nice. Congrats. They're in South America right now. Damn, that's crazy. I have to look into that. One of my favorite bands, probably like top 5 for sure. Morning, good luck today. Alex, thanks buddy. Morning to you as well. Had to start a little early today and we're gonna have to end a little early today. Gotta go. Got an appointment at 3:30, so I gotta be off by 3-ish. Yeah, the music is just so great. It's like every time I come to the zone, I'm always happy. Rookery doesn't have good music, which is kind of strange, right? I can't even like remember the Rookery music, so it must be very uneventful. But Cinderbrew Meadery, the best in the expansion. No doubt about that. Although the Arathi stuff in the Arathi zones are really good too. Surprising problems with the signups, yeah. Shocked by that. Still no time 15s? Yeah, we haven't even entered one in like a long time. It's hard to, like, I pretty much can't get into them. Can't get invited to them, so I have to do my own key. And doing my own key has been very poor. I honestly don't think we'll upgrade one before
close to the opal
the changes. Then after the changes, I think we will, because it'll be a lot easier, but
think twice about bothering our equipment.
presumably a lot easier. We'll see if that's true or not. Should be like extra 4 item levels on. Is it, what is it, 6? It would be 6 item levels on every piece, right? Extra 6 item levels on every piece. That should make a big difference, surely. Of course, it'll take a while to get them all upgraded, but alright, off to DFC we go. I need to Hearth, I think. I can't use up all of our stamina charges, or whatever those things are called. We'll make it now, though, that we're downhill the whole way. I simmed it last week. I think for my warrior, it was like 230k single target, just upgrading everything 6 item levels further. Yeah. Yeah, it would be 6 across the board. So, well, outside of crafting gear. That part, I'm not sure how it works. But I think it's, somehow you get to recraft it for another 6 or something. I don't know that part, but it should be 6 across the board, I think, every item, right? So we would automatically gain, it would straight be 6 item levels on your character, right? So it would be 676. Yeah, the big thing for Blood Death Knight is stamina. Hey Jay, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Then of course we'll have to actually start finishing keys again, though, because we'll need the currency by a lot. We'll need like thousands of the currency, I assume. I don't know what upgrading it from the final 2 tiers is going to cost, but doesn't it currently cost 30 at the final tier? So I would imagine, is it going to be like 45, or is it going to still be 30? You play any Unholy now? It's still 15 per tier. Oh, okay. Is it? I don't know why I thought 30. Isn't it 7 item levels upgrade on regular gear and 6 item levels in crafted? Maybe. I'm not sure, to be honest. You guys know as much as I do, probably, or probably a lot more. Finally hit 3K last week. Had a good run to finish it out. Sweet. Hey, Zach, welcome. How's it going? Okay. Let's see how this goes. Druid declares unready. Stuck at 2780. Keep having one person dying and everyone quitting in 12s. Yeah. All I could say is make sure you record the runs and send me anything that you see notable, because it's frustrating, but take a look. And if you have any questions or need any help with anything, let me know that too. What we got? Oh.
What's the next class for your leveling series?
$50. Thanks very much, man. If you mean, I mean, the current one is nowhere close to being done. Thanks very much, by the way. $50, very generous. Nowhere close to being done with the first one. We got like hundreds of hours still to go, pretty much. I really want to dig deep into that and do a lot of endgame content in that. But if you're asking me in the future what I would like to do, I would really like to do Blood Elf Paladin and Draenei Enhanced Shaman. I think that would be a really cool one. Just because I've never done them. Like, I've always played Troll Shaman and I've always played Alliance Paladin, you know?
3, 2, 1.
Bricked 2 Rook twice in a row. Then was like, I'm going to record. Then just blast every key after. Yeah, you gotta always record. Just bought a couple Chinese Pokemon 151 booster boxes, 70 a piece. Oh, really? What's that like? Is it good return on the value, or is that really high price?
Beware.
It's the one with the Pikachu and the Psyduck full art? Yeah, no, I know. This set's really cool. I was just wondering if that's like a good price at that, for that, or no. You'd say it's a decent price, oh yeah. I don't know, I have no idea what Chinese MSRP would be, you know? I guess there's no Chinese MSRP here.
Beware.
Yeah, me either. I just went with the seller with the 100% score on eBay. Oh, cool. Well, that's good. Yeah, I don't even know how those people get that stuff. I guess they are in China, maybe? I think it's hard to get stuff from China. This dungeon really felt like a delve. Oh, really? What, just like the visuals of it, you mean? Delve's Flame Cleft. The Overseer knocking back the mobs makes this dungeon so bad. I fucking hate that. That's like the worst mechanic in Mythic Plus. I don't think there's another mechanic that even rivals it for how annoying it is. The guys dropping those blobs in Cinder Brew really sucked, but I guess they removed that. I actually have not done Cinder Brew since they changed that, so I don't even know what it does now, but...
Beware.
Druid should be dropping Ursouls, yep, but unfortunately you can't do it for everyone.
Beware.
It's just that how stupid that is. Like, all three of those mobs are extremely close, but because it's a circle, it radiates outward in such a degree that they separate entirely. Like, the enemies go from, you would say stacked, even though they're like maybe a half a yard apart, and now they're like 10 yards different. It's really stupid. The worst mechanic in the game. Shaman can do Earth Grab, but the timing needs to be perfect. Oh, it needs to like root them the second they get knocked back, huh? That's unrealistic, I think. It's way better, honestly, not doing your keys, but it feels so much better not having to grab them after the Hobgoblin dies. Oh, good. Well, that's good. Yeah, hopefully we'll get in there eventually and see that. But I think the big thing is to just save so much time. For me, it's still the worst pack of the season in Motherload. After the first boss and before the first boss. It just depends on how your group's working. Oh, yeah. Motherload trash is hard, but I wouldn't say it's annoying at all. It's very... I like the trash in Motherload a lot. Well, we are not going to fail to kill carts this time, I promise. Like yesterday, we failed to kill the cart in 2 dungeons back to back. I think part of the issue is I'm oftentimes a little slow to get there, and people are just like fucking zero idea that mechanics exist, so they just, if I don't drag it over there, they don't even know it exists. the big issue, I think. I have to find a controlled trash run. I have yet to find a controlled trash run to the final boss in Motherload. What does that mean? You mean like a route? Usually turns into chaos with the bombs. Well, yeah, that's just how. I don't people used to skip all that shit, but I guess I don't know that people do that. On top of that, they immediately start casting instead of coming for melee auto attacks. Oh shit. Yeah, it was a bad problem. Hopefully it's gonna be better now. I think we should kill boss here. But I'm glad we didn't. We do lose a shaman to that though. That happens a lot in this dungeon. People forget the card exists unless the tank drags them over there. Yep. Metro and Resto Shamans, name a more iconic tank and healer duo. Holy Pally would be more iconic. Given my past, especially. Wait, nobody res them? Why would they not res them? Is he even like coming? Okay, yeah, he's here. I should have sent my video of Pugs failing because they can't parkour in Motherload. Yeah, that would have been a good one to have another video on. I'm excited. I haven't been to Europe in at least 10 years. Round trip from Denver to Warsaw is only $500 right now because of the war in the Ukraine. Oh wow, really? $500? Well, cool. Hope you have fun. What is that? That you're just going to like sightsee, or is there somebody there that you know, or? Good morning. Sending my first submission. I saw, yeah. I'm gonna check it out. Probably this weekend we'll get one. How is it like way over time, or what is the end point look like? Just so I know before I go into it. A pre-made apparently. Oh wow. They probably didn't even know how to leave group. It's weird to do a 4 like that. Like it's one thing to say like a 10 or something, but I can't wait to see what that looks like. It was a tank's first time in the dungeon. I'd imagine. Somebody's got to be the first time in there. I had a similar experience in 10 theater with 4 French people. Yeah, 10 makes sense because it's like, all right, these guys are just starving for vault credit, right? But a 4, it's like, what? That make no sense at all. Yeah, there'll be a video on that one this week for sure. Now we lost here again. This is the wrong choice. What's up, Denoise? How's it going, man? Welcome. Yeah, don't. You need to blow less the next fella. Candle King. Candle Lost versus Candle King. Lost is definitely a choice. Blaziken, yeah. There's a few dungeons like that where you have to sacrifice one less in the run to use on the right boss. Yeah, it happens seldom this season, but yeah, this one definitely. This is a 31-minute dungeon now. Okay. Well, if you can still hear me. Anyway, it's a 31-minute dungeon, so you're not going to get 4 in no matter what. Anyway, Vale, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Okay. Boss died. We had like a lag spike there, but have you gotten any golfing in yet this year? We're just getting into where it's nice enough and dry enough to go out. Yeah, I golfed once this year so far. Kind of, me and golf kind of gone our separate ways, sadly, but I'll definitely golf whenever I can with my uncle and his friends. Doesn't seem like it's gonna happen very often though. For me now, it's all about basketball. I played basketball the last 3 days. I talked this boss on my Demon Hunter yesterday. It's a very boring boss to talk. I bet he doesn't have a lot of words that he uses in his vocabulary.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
The druid's kind of behind on the DPS meter. Oh, really? What makes you say that? 2.1 million on that pack. Okay. Not a fan of the Sandlane build. I don't like Sandlane now.
Beware.
Hey, Doom, what's up? Welcome. I only go with a few people too. I'm not a big basketball person. Definition of white man can't jump. I can't jump either, but luckily you don't really need to jump that much in the sport. It's oftentimes misrepresented. How was your vault yesterday? Good. Yeah, we got a tier piece chest, so mythic track on that. Nuggets won last night. Oh yeah.
Beware.
Been enjoying your Death Knight leveling videos. Sweet. Well, stay tuned. We got videos coming through next Wednesday already. We're a full week ahead on daily uploads now, so. Why do you not skip this pack since they burn 3 minutes of time? Well, they don't burn 3 minutes of time. You still need the count, but regardless, I don't skip the pack because it doesn't seem like it would be an easy thing to do in a pug, so. I haven't ventured into that yet, and this timer is not, you don't need it for this timer. Lenient dungeon, as long as we don't wipe the bosses. But I would like to look into it. I think maybe with the Warlock it's a lot more foolproof. Hey Max, what's up? Hey, welcome.
Beware. Beware.
Jeff clarified, can't dribble also, but I can shoot like a motherfucker. Nice. Hey Fox, what's up? Last week I did my last 13. It was a Priory. +2 to it with 0 deaths. Whoa, +2 to 13. That's pretty impressive. Certainly haven't done that myself. Not Priory for sure. That must have been nuts. You guys must have been. I mean, that's insane. I just looked. He wasn't far off with the death. That was 2-minute, 30-second pull. Right, but the count. You need the count. So you don't get. You don't just lose 3 minutes by fighting the trash. You have to fight something. The Pug Killer boss? Yeah, especially with no blowouts. This is not what you want to see. You're going to need to go get those ones. You see now we're already behind the whole candle thing. That guy just missed. Wait, what the fuck? Are you serious? Did he just hit nothing with that? Everyone has to be playing to a T in that PASF group? Now that must have been like beyond solid. To double upgrade a 13, especially a dungeon like that's that tight. You must have had some people doing some carrying there, I think. That's pretty nuts. Yeah, healer's definitely been struggling in this dungeon too. The pack is 12%. It's actually not that bad to kill. Getting 12% with other means is not just one extra pack on one pull. That's what I mean. Yeah, you get count from the pack, so the idea that it. Yeah, I don't know why people say that, but I get it. It's not the most efficient pull in the dungeon, but the dungeon's timer is pretty lenient. We'll have far more issues with bosses than trash. Druid is just like, just barely surviving every time. 20% HP the whole time, yeah, it's really weird, I don't know why. The only one who's ever full health is the healer, which I guess is a good problem to have, but we're actually doing pretty good damage on this fight, even with that less. See why they need to make that smaller though? Like there's stuff directly in the middle of that and it was very hard for those guys to actually hit it without being in the puddle. Really stupid. Okay, we killed it.
No more Candle King. We can be free. But first, the darkness. Darkness times your flee.
Why are these attacking? Go away. Where's the cart? Oh, it's over there. That druid is Bon Jovi living on a prayer. Hey Kyle, welcome back. So annoying. Alright, I guess we're gonna have to stop and fight him again. If this part goes really clean, it's like such a time saver, I feel like. Oh, perfect. We like when that happens. Just progresses without us. Alright, that's perfect. Pretty good little split there.
Quick, grab some dynamite and let's go. Wait for me.
Does this part count for your overall? I guess it probably does, right? What is that actually doing? Movement speed reduced. Oh, okay. Once you get him past 90, it doesn't matter anymore, right? Come on, let's...
Oh, my head.
It counts until you get to 90, yeah. Not the Fury Warrior. Sounds like Smeagol. I know, it really does. Curious, can you Icebound the stun at the end of the minecart ride? I don't think so, because it doesn't look like I can do it after I'm stunned. I usually be able to. But I've never tried to do it preemptively. Ah, Mike, thanks a lot, buddy.
Good morning, Starshine.
Starshine. Thanks a lot. I appreciate that either way. You can use any movement ability before the stun and it will break it. Oh, really? Not Wraithwalk. Wraithwalk I've done by accident and it's changed the... It's canceled the channel. As Dev Evoker, I rescue the tank as you land it and it stops the stun for both. Ooh, that's a good tip right there. That would be a good tip. Starshine, yeah, I've never heard that phrase before. Hey, Gio, welcome. And we have nobody getting the candles. What a surprise. Is there a reason that this happens, or is it just laziness? I don't understand. That's like the third time in the last 5 times we've done the Ascension that we get this stack of this. Your stream didn't pop up on me for YouTube yesterday. Oh, really? Well, we stream the same schedule every time, so pure laziness. Yeah. I swear people became worse at this dungeon. I did too early. Yeah, definitely. The whole game is like players get worse at this game as time moves on. It's crazy. It's a somebody else will do it mentality. Yeah.
Beware.
It's common for pugs for the tank to do it. No, it's talking about refilling the candle, not moving it. If you don't refill it, if it gets to 0, then he puts a damage taken and haste reduction on you, which is like fucking insanely bad.
Beware.
I think it's gonna happen again now. Barely get back. Grabbing candle equals lose DPS. I mean, it's not gonna do that. Usually everyone pops CDs on pull, so healer should get the first candle, and that happens if they don't. Yeah, to be fair, that makes sense, because obviously people are bloodlusting. Always annoys me when the person with the big circle doesn't get it, like, you need to get out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not really sure what, like, how that mechanic works, but I've seen a lot of people die to that. Alright, well, we got the upgrade. Finally. Back to 15. Yeah, we still need a crest, too. When you get a circle, you're supposed to go get a candle immediately. Holding it gives you your own damage reduction. Then you dunk it after. Oh, yeah. Dying to the circle, yeah.
It's scary in there, but we must go in.
I would say 80% of the DPS don't know that. Huh, I had no idea, yeah. If you have the purple circle on you and you pick up a candle, it allows you to see. Oh, yeah. Easy upgrade, yep. That one's a minute and a half left. So even with 7 deaths and you guys talking about wasting 3 minutes on that pack, we still upgraded it easily. Big circle gets candle, then people with most swap getting candle going forward. Oh, yeah. They step outside and use the defensive so they can't do any damage and just stand there. Yeah, that's actually what I see them do all the time. Is that they straight up don't know that then? That's crazy. Yeah, okay. That's what most people do. They just wait as long as possible and then just run out. That's crazy. Is it maybe though because there's not, like, you can't always have a candle up? Like, I don't actually know how many candles there are available in the fight. Hey Metro, are you going to watch the MDI? No. There's 2 candles and they rotate. Oh, okay. I prefer to skip the pack just because the pack right before boss with 2 300 million HP bosses is bad design. Oh, yeah. Alright, so we got Warrior. Fury Warrior, actually top damage in that group. Yeah, you guys were right about the Druid. He really got carried too. But he did die a lot, I think. Fury. Enhance. And Bombkin. Okay, so the key is... of course. Alright, perfect. Let's go get our ass kicked. Yeah, we're not gonna get it. We're not gonna be getting any 15s upgraded. Even when we get one, we get bad luck with the auction, like the actual options. That mini boss skip is a huge time saver, but I did have a key fall apart because people failed the skip. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. It's not like the easiest skip out there. Really want to think Evoker's a good pick. Druid and Evoker. Guard's a little scary. What'd you have for dinner yesterday? Taco Bell. I just got Taco Bell after playing basketball. Get an Arms Warrior. Mortal Wound can save 20 to 30 seconds. That's true, yeah, but I don't expect to even get there, honestly. My load skip where you end up in the air is the best. End up in the air. What is that? What'd you get from the vault? We got chest. I should honestly go and upgrade that. We have 52 currency. Let me upgrade that real quick because that's going to be our best power gain. Taco Bell and basketball. I'll make a little... what's so funny? You were hooping yesterday? Yeah, I played yesterday. It wasn't too much going on, but I did play for about 2 hours. Yeah, if I was going to do it, I would do it with a Warlock for sure.
So many possibilities. In unity, find strength.
May you find what you seek.
Wrong mindset going in. This is going to be the smoothest key of your life. Do you have a preferred DPS as a tank? I used to, but nobody plays DPS to actually help the group anymore, so it doesn't matter. Just whatever the bulkiest is. That's Paladin right now. We got Druid pretty good on that. Why is your title Trash Master? No, you can't change it when you have this cloak on, apparently. You can't even disable it. Oh, I'm just kidding, I guess you can. But it keeps that's the problem. It keeps re-enabling every time you log in and out, yeah. Why didn't you invite the Death Knight? I try not to invite people who are like overqualified for the key we're in. Usually goes poorly in my eyes. Ran a rookery. How'd the 14 DFC go? Pretty good actually, yeah. Even though I think we had 7 deaths, we still upgraded it easily. People always chill after Candle King and die of the final ISTG. What is that? Okay, right check. See, I don't think we've even attempted this one yet. Finally got to 3K, and adopting your Mythic Plus mindset went a long way. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I think what makes this key a nightmare is the shitty minecart section. Oh, really? That part I thought was going to be way worse than it was, but it actually ended up being good.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Not taking groups that apply has probably been the best advice I've gotten from you. I made that mistake and had the most toxic DPS ever. Yeah, that's sadly like you just, yeah, there's just no reason to do that. You're never going to get benefit from that long term. Alright, let's see how much damage you take. AMS the keg. Take that. Spirit Link down, that's nice. Just trying to save Purgatory if possible. Scary already. 4 stacks. Always kite. Looks like we're fine though. The Spirit Link really smoothed things out, like super smooth. That's easy mode. They did a lot to fix it during the PTR. Credit where credit is due to the team. Yeah, no doubt. They really did make it a lot better, I agree. Alright, that was like very smooth. We didn't even have to use Icebound. What's the Shaman's item level? I don't know, but you can scroll back and watch when I invited him if you want. Big boy DPS in this group. Yeah, well, you need to for this key. Not gonna upgrade this unless you have it. And there's our first Evoker death. Maybe you guys are right about that spec, man. I really like them, but I've seen a lot of deaths from Evokers. I started running 12s on Blood Death Knight. Floodgate was probably the most fun I've had tanking. Oh yeah. Why? You mean like compared to 11, or do you mean like just all the time throughout the whole season now? Fury was top damage. What a bro in that last key. Yeah. Not very high volume in that dungeon, so we get away with Fury there, no problem. Just regular size pulls in that dungeon. I've been interested in gearing a tank. Once I get my main to 3.2 or somewhere around there, I want to try Bear. Nice. Yeah, Bear can still be fun. It's looked at as very boring, I think, by a lot of people, but tanking in general is fun, so it might be good enough if you like the class fantasy. Bear's solid, yep. Yeah, it's a good starter pick for sure. I love heal tanks. You mean like a tank that has a lot of self-healing? If so, then that is not Bear, right? Yeah, Blood Death Knight or Vengeance would be the options. I've been grinding the new rep. There's a cool War Links mount. Oh, really? There's a lot of really good like transmog and shit from that too. I really want to get some of that, but I bet we see some Death Knights in MDI because of class restrictions. Oh yeah. Alright. Does guy want a drink? I thought Vengeance was a DPS spec. If you think Blood is slow, you're gonna hate Bear. Yeah, Bear's probably, like, in combat slower than Blood, honestly. If you take Wraith Walk at least. Hey, Metro, just watch your last video. Oh, that was a nuts one, right? I'm glad people are seeing that. That's gonna go down as one of the most unique videos on the channel, for sure. Would you ever play Brewmaster? Yeah, we played a good amount of Brewmaster in the past, but I don't really play alts anymore. I think Unholy still pumps even after the Sandland nerfs. I don't think we'll see any Blood anytime soon in the MDI. Well, you can only have one per... Like, if you have Unholy, you can't have Blood. Is that how it works? Bear isn't slow. They stack haste. Pretty boy, what's up? How's the morning going? Yeah, not too great, honestly, but so far the stream's been good at least.
Another one.
What's happening here? Oh, I guess I never actually did anything with mine. It's spec-based, so most teams will be setting Vengeance for Sunday. Ah, that's interesting. I guess I have no idea how it works. The mobs in this dungeon need nerfs. Well, they did get some, but... JL as well, welcome. Do you need the raid for the dinars? Yep. Weekly quest for 4 bosses. Is that how it works? Cool. The dinars aren't really worth much if you don't do mythic raids. Right, yeah. Could be a good trinket there from like heroic or whatever, but for me I won't be bothering. Morning Metro, Mr. Rager Gaming, what's up, welcome. Looking good out there, I appreciate that. Do you not use the bomb suit? That's from the raid? If so, then I don't have it. No, I don't raid. Even a hero item of a bomb suit would be pretty nice. So yeah.
Beware.
How much better do you think it actually is than the mud? If you had a DPS off-spec, would you go Frost or Unholy? I mean, neither, but if I had to pick one, I guess I would say Frost. I prefer Frost.
Are you here to help? My zeal to get back to the business led to faulty reasoning.
Thing about bomb suit is it also does damage, right? No, it does do a lot of damage. I didn't realize that. PK is a massive advantage in Mythic Plus because of magic damage. Oh yeah. Bomb suit is 75% absorb. Mud is a full absorb. As far as I know in the game code, partial absorbs value for mitigation. Full absorbs do not. Oh yeah.
Beware.
Is that meant to be like a good or a bad thing? I can't tell. Meteor's timer is awful. Yeah, it's tough.
Beware.
Oh, great. Beam D&D. Hey, Jix, welcome back. What's up, buddy? Don't say that as much anymore. Problem with CB is if you don't skip the double hob with meld and higher keys, the timer's horrible, right? That's really nice though how they made those mobs not do that anymore. Very nice.
Beware.
'We started Champions of Norath last night. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Is it like actually like a loot-based game like Diablo, or is it just the theme of the world or something that's Diablo-like? Champions of Norath is the throwback, yeah. Yeah, we were talking about it because D&D or whatever got brought up like heavily yesterday.
Beware. Beware.
10,000 random generator items and maps. Oh, okay, so very much like Diablo then. That's cool.
Oh no, my stills! They bypassed the filters! It's running too hot.
I remember playing it way back with my cousins on PS2. Gauntlet Dark Legacy. I remember that game. Oh my god, what the fuck was that? Well, that's not good. Bazookas and charges are supposed to go into the walls, right? I mean, they don't have to, but obviously you don't want them going farther than they have to either. With mitigation, does Blood Death Knight even have to make a partial absorb matter? I don't know. Dark Legacy is an all-time favorite. Yeah, that was... I love that one. Since you're not in Dark Flame, I take it today has been better. Yep, first key upgraded.
Beware. Beware.
Been a few days. How's it been going? LSD Traveler, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Same as always, really, but glad to see you again.
Beware. Beware.
Metro, I remember last time in tuning we were talking about exercise. I was one who recommends swimming. I also recommend dietary supplements like magnesium and zinc. Oh yeah. Welcome back. Maybe Blood Death Knight is the rare case where mud is better because they don't mitigate, they just take damage and heals it up. Yeah, I don't know much about any of that, honestly.
Elemental made of mead. Oh, my cinder broom.
No idea, you're asking the wrong guy for sure. I mean, I don't even know what the other trinket does, so. Been wanting to make my 3K push with some friends, but I've also been enjoying chill time playing old school RuneScape. Oh, nice. Never played RuneScape. I know a lot of people who enjoy it. Bomb suit smooths damage. Mud blocks it. Oh, yeah. Bomb does 1% overall. What damage? Does it do more damage than mud? Because mud is like very little damage. Maybe blood. I read that. Probably missed some comments there, but need to focus up on that part because that part's insanely difficult. Nice knockback there. Does more, but still not a lot. Got it. This boss on low keys is hilarious, so I can imagine. Get a little damage done on those brew drops too, looking good. No, that boss moved a lot more than I thought he was going to. God damn it. Ah, I didn't think he was going to move there. Fuck. Oh, that was stupid. I should have just let them do whatever they didn't kill us though. Did they nerf that? Oh, that's. They must have nerfed the actual damage the shield. Getting hit by the shield does. No one dying to that is wild. I think they must have nerfed it. Yeah, that's definitely wild. That shield is like fucking over though. It's crazy how difficult that is. Yeah, that would have definitely been a good one shot for everybody before. Having too many punishments on mechanics is definitely something Blizzard's had trouble with, so. If you have a chance, check out the game God Saves Birmingham. It's a zombie game set in the 14th century England. Oh yeah, no, I'm not really. I barely have time for what I'm working on right now. I don't have any time for other games. If I was going to check out anything, it would be that game we were talking about yesterday. I don't remember the name of it now, but... Mud gives a lot of verse and gets cooldown reduction from taking damage too, yeah. Not sure why it had to be insane damage from a giant shield. Right, that's what I mean. Like, the shield is... That's the key, right there. Like, the key's over now. 4 minutes, 23 seconds. That's GG. But, yeah. Also, wiping you is a bit much.
You goody goodies don't know who you're dealing with. You do any more damage, and I'll cash you out. You hear me?
Beware.
Final sting is actually fire damage, which I only recently learned. It's actually easy to survive.
Beware.
You even less at the boss too, yep. Yeah, that added like over a minute to the fight, having those two hit. Not sure, have you had trouble with losing threats? No, not at all. Somebody to pull a threat on me, it's usually like an insane number.
Beware.
You lose threat to people not giving you the time you need to build the pack though. That happens often. That's not, unfortunately, not something you can do much about. And we certainly still have a shot, but I don't think so. We'll see though, like I said, I haven't done this dungeon since the changes, so. People are doing a really good job stopping the cast, so that's good.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Had maintenance people come fix something. What did I miss? Not much. Just your normal stuff. So wait. Depending on how B goes, this might be in the nick of time. Oh yeah. What's your eye level? I've seen some of the DPS you invite around 666. Can Blood Death Knight tank around that same item level? Yeah, probably. 670 is where I'm at though.
My bees! You put them in cages? They should be free gathering pollen in the forest.
We have to lock up your bees. Letting them be free range was too much labor. And their anger and frustration just makes their honey spicier. Right, Bank? Bank!
You guys got this. 3 minutes for B-Boss gives you 6 minutes. Plenty of time. Oh yeah. Is that my Discord or yours? What? A sound or something? I didn't. There's no sound. So when you have OBS on, it blocks all sounds and stuff like that. So that was yours.
Beware.
Easy upgrade. Oh yeah. I doubt it, but we'll see. That would be funny if this was our first 15, that's for sure.
The best for my bees! Honey, coming at ya! Flap those wings, darling! Buzz burns so sweet!
Have an easier time keeping threat as Deathbringer. Oh, that may be a part of it, yeah. Maybe that's why people have trouble and I don't.
Get those wings popping! Burns so sweet!
That would make sense since you got a lot of burst damage with Exterminate. Yep, yep, yep. Definitely helps, no doubt about that. I just don't know how much compared to Salan.
Honey, coming at ya!
Oh, we have an extra one as well.
Burns so sweet!
All 3 deaths are the Evoker. Yep. Sadly, you guys are probably right about Evoker being a bad pick. I really didn't want to believe it, but I've noticed much less aggro issues playing DB. Yeah, I think that's probably the thing. Retro, serious question. Would you give up your left eye for telekinesis abilities? No.
So sweet! Flap those wings, darling!
Wait, what is telekinesis, though? I don't even know. If you run Spirit Bomb, you won't have threat issues. Oh, that's Vengeance. Move objects with your mind, I think. Oh. Maybe then. Because you'd probably be able to, like, develop technology that would allow you to just see again.
Get those wings popping! Burns so sweet!
They have cranks, but they can't be a flavor of the month reroller. Really difficult spec for survival. Yeah,
Honey, coming at ya!
sounds like it.
Those wings, darling! Burns so sweet!
Any good crafts for Blood Death Knight at this point? I just been taking item level. I don't know what other options there even are.
Get those wings popping!
Timer's cooked, yeah. Yeah, we lost like an extra full minute on the second boss. If you don't have easy access to Mythic Track gear from Raid, best use of crests is always to just make crafted gear. Yeah, I think crafted is a really good option.
Come back to the taps to use them.
I love DB. Just peaked 13 million on first pull of Cinder Brew on Blood Death Knight after not playing for a bit. There is time. I don't know. We'll see. Don't think so, but.
I guess I'm gonna have to show ya and your rock-headed friend who's boss.
Beware.
Even in time to still might give score. I wish. That was such a great thing when it used to do that, but not anymore. Definitely lost something when they got rid of that feature. Most useless trash in WoW's history incoming. Useless. Well, it's here just to make it slow, I think, really, which is kind of sad.
Beware. Beware.
You guys are probably right, though. If we had an actual arms warrior instead of Evoker, we would have upgraded this.
Beware.
Or if we just didn't fucking do that stupid bullshit with Death Grip. That was such a stupid idea. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea.
Beware. Beware.
3 minutes with loss if possible. No, it's not gonna be 3 minutes though. It's gonna be like 2.5. I guess even without that minute loss in the boss, it still probably wasn't gonna be an upgrade. Did they fix the outranging the dying mob to not resell health? I don't know.
Beware.
No, it's definitely not possible. You're not gonna have a 15 fight being under 3 minutes.
But now you're dealing with the CEO herself. You won't be taking this
230 for that fight. That's yeah. I guess without the death grip thing, it might have been an upgrade, but even then, it would have been really tight. Still a great run. Yeah, I mean, we saw everything we needed to see here. The BEO, yeah. You guys lost to Lust too. Yeah, but you never really don't lose a Lust. I've never seen anybody get 4 Lust in this dungeon. This guy really killed us though. It was a bad invite. All 4 deaths to this one guy. Hobgoblins or yes men? Which one is more annoying? Hobgoblins, definitely. Well, up until recently, definitely. Maybe now the yes men, to be honest. The Hobgoblins spawning like enemies for you to fight after they're dead that don't give count is ridiculous. It's actually crazy that they put that in the game. A minute from the 4 deaths as well. Yeah, having 0 deaths in this dungeon is not realistic though. But with this exact group and a better player, we might have had an actual shot at that. You don't really get 4 lusts. I mean, I've never seen it yet. Where do you guys lust? Just some like random trash pack or something? Big pull before Appa boss. That I've seen, yeah. But then where's the next one? Next one is just gonna be like some regular trash pack over there. If you lost that pack, you generally get to be boss around 11 minutes. Oh yeah, that's not been my experience. But then again, we've had like no success in this dungeon, so that's probably why. Are evokers squishy? I guess so, yeah. I don't know. I'm surprised to see it myself, honestly. I guess they must be really squishy. If you took that 3400 DK, I don't do that. It's just like a personal thing. I don't know. If it was a stream viewer or something like that, I would have invited him, but people like that usually are not signing up for altruistic reasons. I'm happy to finish it, honestly. Got to see the whole dungeon. 4 deaths plus IPA. Well, the 4 deaths, yeah, you're gonna have deaths, I think. It's unfortunate that they're all that one guy, but other than that, I don't think 4 deaths is that abnormal to try to fight through. But yeah, that problem on IPA was still not, I don't think, the reason we didn't upgrade it, sadly. That key's probably just not going to be timeable for us right now. You get better less if you do B-Boss, IPA, then Goldie IMO. Yeah, I tried that in the beginning of the season, and that didn't work out at all either. Balance is squishier, and he lived? No, Balance is one of the top. They're like one of the bulkiest ranged. Don't Evokers have 2 charge defensive for Obsidian, that and Flame defensive that heals back all damage you take over a few seconds. I don't know what they have and what they don't have, but about a month ago people were saying that Evoker's a really good damage dealer but a very bad survivor. And since then we have seen a lot of evidence for that. Other than the Evoker's deaths, we were blasting through this key. Yeah, so I appreciate you coming. It was a good damage group. Hope the keys are going well today. Well, we finished 2 keys in a row, so that's fine by me. As long as we can get some finished keys and see that, I'm happy. But yeah, that one's probably not going to be doable currently. I have no desire going further than 3K. Oh no, I just hit 3K and I just joined 10s for weekly vaults, I see. Thanks for letting us know. Okay, what is it now? Floodgate. That might be here for a while now. This one's always tough to finish. It's like the one that people tend to like give up on the quickest. Flood is definitely a love-hate relationship. Yeah, we're just doing our own key now at this point since we can't get invited to others. Well, please invite a Fury Warrior. You got it. Yes, nicely. We'll take it. Need a better comp than all these guys, though, that's for sure. Da Vinci sounds familiar. I think we played with that guy already. Take the Death Knight. Then we just need Bloodlust. Do you want to like Dev so much because you dislike Og so much? No. I like Dev. It's not about wanting to like it. It's just good. Very good damage dealer. It's just not surviving, so it's not a good damage dealer, unfortunately. Hunter's fine for Bloodlust. Now we just need a healer. The problem with some devs out there, Metro, they likely used to be an AUG. Yeah, that's what we were saying at the beginning of the season. It was going to be a really hard thing to imagine picking because of that. You would think they would make them durable because dragons and wearing mail, but I guess not this time. I doubt they're that undurable. I mean, I'm sure most of those guys' deaths were just to him playing poorly, to be honest, but still, we've seen a lot of evidence for it for whatever reason. Yeah, that chest going up is nice too. That I feel like that really helped us defensively. Don't knock Augs, they're still viable. Oh, really? Have you tried going to the duo boss first on Floodgate and then Big Mama for Lust? No, I haven't. I don't know how we would even do that. No, we need the extra kick. Normally I wouldn't mind it in this dungeon, but with this comp. There's our guy. Holy pally. Guys, I need to do something. Sorry. Oh, okay. See you later. I've done that route. Did you even proc Purgatory at all in that Cinder? No, not once. Yeah, that Spirit Link was the reason for it. We got really lucky with that. I doubt that guy put that down on purpose. The Spirit Link pretty much made it so I was in like zero danger for the first pull. It was like literally right. Oh yeah, we proc Purgatory to like some I don't even know what happened. Did I stand in something, I guess? I don't even know what happened. I stood in something, I think. Do you feel any difference with the alchemy trinket? Oh yeah, I love the alchemy trinket. I don't know of any route that does Big Mama second. I've never seen anyone do that. Yeah, I don't know what the route, like I don't know if something would change with the route. I think you just, maybe the order is all this different. Is Og actually viable nowadays? I hope not. Everybody's got to go to the bathroom. Look at this. Big Mama second is normal in 15s and 16s. Oh, really? It's a high key route because Big Mama is what crushes the keys. Do they just do the exact same route they do normally, just out of different order? Or is there some massive difference? I don't mind trying it. After the second pull, you go left instead of right, basically. You go to the duo boss first. Well, no shit. I was just asking about the trash. Divers with Architect plus crabs. Oh, yeah. I'm just asking if you needed to do something differently. Because I know, like, the fire shit is a problem, but I guess you would do that after the bosses anyway. Alright, fuck it. Let's try it. We'll just try it this time. I don't think it's going to change anything, but... it's like a long run from the second boss to the first boss at that point, which is kind of concerning to me. Not really different pulls. You can also still do Big Mama first, but you keep doing trash till list is up. What, you try to like walk past Big Mama or something? After the pull where you click the second thingy, just hang a left instead of going up to Big Mama. Yeah, so down there and then left. So it would be like, we have the route, right? So after pull 3, or yeah, pull 3, we would go this way instead. But then we'd run from here, we'd have to go back here, which is not ideal. I feel like taking this glider down helps, but... Let's see what happens. I just played a variant of it in a 17 and it seems amazing. We disbanded on Mama though. I think it's about lust timing. Yeah, so now we're like, what, committing to 3 lusts, I guess? Is that right? But it's for the boss, so it's like way better. Honestly, I think low lust Big Mama is better because it's such a shorter fight, I think. Now it's only 14 because we didn't upgrade the other one. Oh my god, what the hell?
Beware.
Well, that's a very bad start. Kind of panic used a bunch of shit that we shouldn't have used.
Beware. Beware.
As long as we don't lose Purgatory here, we'll be happy. Not getting destroyed. Paladin doing 17 million on this pack. That certainly helps. I had a pretty clean run on this yesterday and didn't time it. It's a rough timer, yeah, very rough. It's definitely one of the worst timers in the season as well. Okay. A little sloppy, people getting meleeed there, but we're good otherwise. Warrior doing damage. Just one. Good lord, where's that hunter warrior damage? Wow, I think the paladin just doing nuts, don't you think? That's a pretty big number. 11 million on this pack. Pally has CDs every pull, yeah. Warriors are target capped, right? Probably goes burr. Why it's colder. Colder in the light.
Beware.
They should really roll back target capping. It's just a one spec, right? It's the problem. I guess there's some other things they're capped too, but like for the most part they're all fine. Can we get fury buffs though? I don't have the power to do that, man. You're asking the wrong people. Metro was taking a low key here. Team forgot to get the device after second boss and had someone run back for it. I started the boss not knowing, and my friend got tethered back to Narnia. That would have been a cool one to record. Okay, this is the only complicating problem now. Range.
Beware.
I have it recorded. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Okay, he's gonna die with the harpoon. Maybe not. It's just a dot, right? But it also pulls you. Could pull you in a bomb, I guess. I mean, Lust is going to be up way before Big Mama. Like, I don't know. Honestly, it feels like we should probably do these packs and then go to Big Mama. But there's just so much running at that point. Could be further reduced beyond 5 to 8 targets or something. Uncapping Fury would be ridiculous. All the abilities would hit everything and do way too much damage. Yeah, I think it's just unfortunately how the spec's going to have to work. They made a very clear post about like some of the melee specs being uncapped and that not being normal for WoW and not how they wanted it. And I think they were right about their philosophy behind it. It's just unfortunate that it's become a balancing problem. What about combining that previous pack with this one? 2 architects. I don't think that's a good option. What about not fucking aggroing these crabs over and over again? 4 crabs now that we don't need. Fury was not even that good before 8 to 5. Meme damage in heroic weeks. This route in a 14 might be overkill for less timing. Yeah, we're gonna get there. Like, Lust is gonna be up for like 5 minutes probably before we get to Big Mama. I mean, it's not gonna change in hierarchy either. I don't think it's gonna be even tighter. What the fuck is that name? It's the decreasing bars with the ray tech and interrupt cooldown tracker. Yeah, this is interrupt. Yep. I think they also skipped this incoming pack. Oh, really? With what, like Warlock or something?
Beware. Beware.
This is an inside baseball reference username. Oh yeah. Just all caps seems really crazy. You can use Warlock 8, any kind of leap, and triple mount. Oh yeah. So change Fury to an RNG thing like in Holy and Marksman Hunter. If this happens, cap is lifted for 10 seconds. Oh, that'd be kind of cool actually. That would be kind of cool.
Welcome to the firing range.
Beware.
I'm pretty excited to see what they're doing with MDI on Friday. Oh, really? Well, cool. I'm glad to hear that. I missed Shadowlands Fury, Bladestorm, then Spam Whirlwind. Is that all it was? Seems pretty easy. You ever watch the MDI? No. Can't wait to have tanks doing MDI routes in 13s. Oh yeah. I miss Legion Fury. Oh, everybody's missing different ones. Aren't you an elf? Actually, you can do all kinds of skips with Shadow Meld, including that one. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Shadow Meld just like straight up doesn't work for me. I don't know what the difference is. I try to use it all the time and it just doesn't function. Legion Fury was top tier. So fun. Oh yeah. Red kind of pads hard with Divine Storm. Not much priority damage. Looks good on the meters though. Yeah, it's a time dungeon, so there's no such thing as pad in Mythic Plus. The more they do, the better, the faster the run goes. What the fuck was that? The guy didn't hit the bomb and then gets ran over by the guy charging. Like what? Guy needs pads for his head, I think. A lot of high-end skips this season rely exclusively on Demon Hunter Meld. Yeah, I think it's the dots, to be honest, yeah. This is like the worst I've seen this fight go in a long time. No priority today? No, finally finished it yesterday. There is definitely such a thing as pad Mythic Plus. Mobs need to die, but having someone do priority damage is easier on your timer. Yeah, disagree. Disagree with that for sure. Like I said, the whole priority thing like doesn't make any sense to me. If somebody's doing like 5 times more single target than somebody who's doing AoE, then yeah, maybe. But that's just not happening. It's, at the end of the day, the guy's doing like half the damage to do single target. It's like that's not making the run faster. Under no circumstances is that making the run faster. We're gonna have 15s now. We've been working on it for a while, yeah. Did you link the route? Good one. Main spec Feral, but need 2 tanks sometimes, and I'm surprised how easy it is to stay alive with Feral gear on a 14. Feral gear, yeah. There's no such. Yeah. There's no like tank gear anymore. I guess if you're talking about DPS trinkets, but I think most tanks use DPS trinkets. New route, sort of. We were trying to potentially get a Bloodlust for a Big Mama. I would definitely recommend not. I don't think you do this, to be honest, but yeah, I'd rather 4 lusts than 3 and 1 on Big Mama. But just found out about Taco Bell's nuggets having 68 grams of protein. They're fucking great. I had them last night. That's why I got them. That's why I went to Taco Bell, and it was they're really good. They're definitely the best chicken nuggets from any. Like, they're really not even chicken nuggets. They're more like, I don't know if McDonald's still has these, but when I was young, they used to have something called like selects, like chicken selects or something like that. They were good, like not actual just like processed bullshit. That's how Taco Bell's nuggets are. They're actual chicken, which is really crazy. But they're expensive, and honestly, it's still like not their best item. Make those same nuggets at home with 80 grams of protein and no fillers. Oh yeah, you can make the Doritos like breading or whatever. How is the batter? I don't know what that means. You mean like the breading? It's, yeah, that's what's notable, because it's like Doritos or whatever instead of breading. That's like their whole shtick. Wait, when did we lust? What, did he lust on the pole? Surely that's not how you'd want to do it. Crushed Doritos, yeah, that's cool. Okay, less than the pull. Is that advisable? I love that kind of thing. Had corn chip breading on fish fries, so good. Nice. Playing Psalm Shadow Knight while watching Blood Death Knight, very nice. Padding is the most overused term in WoW. I think yeah, there's so many terms that get used nowadays that I don't think people fully understand the meaning of. Just failed the Cinder 13 with 2 deaths. Rogue did 2.2 million overall, but somehow it was my route. Oh no. That's crazy. Cinder Brew 2.2 million? What the fuck? That's like what a tank would do without even... That's crazy. The only Mythic Plus situation I really remember where padding was relevant was the Necromancers in Season 1. There's definitely like individual mobs that it could be relevant for. But when you're talking about overall damage, it's almost like it's going to be like extremely small, the reality. There's very, very little amount of mobs in the dungeon that don't need to die. I'm not sure how you don't see the value of prior damage. It's really easy math. Alright, show me the math. Show me a key where somebody does half the damage overall of somebody else and the key is faster than somebody doing the same overall as the other 2 players. Padding doesn't matter until extremely high keys. Yes. I mean, I think it's like, obviously there's some level of optimization where you're wasting your damage. Like if 3 people all pop their CDs on one pack, that's like not useful. But yeah, like day to day, that's not something you would say is padding. The pack only ends when the highest HP mob dies. This is why Arcane is so good. Technically, that may not always be true though, of course. But regardless, like I said, the pack, if the NPC or if the DPS was able to do double the single target as they were AoE, then you'd be right. But that's just not what happens. Most of the times the high priority target doesn't die fast because the people who are AoEing aren't actually auto attacking it as well. So having one player who's actually caring about attacking it is not enough. You need everybody caring about attacking it. Prior damage is really hard for certain keys where you could pull bosses into mobs into bosses. Right, well, if you had like, I don't know, it doesn't matter. There's no point even talking about this. I don't understand the argument. Are we saying less damage is better than more damage? Yeah, that's basically what they're saying. They think that like there's DPS specs out there that actually do like double the single target as other specs. It's like, what are you talking about? Like that doesn't exist. One guy doing like full single target when a pack is, you know, existing is like, it's just slower. Like everybody has to do good single target and AoE. You can't have one guy doing bad single target or bad AoE and expect to upgrade the key.
Beware.
Sounds like the Fire Mage cope from Dragonflight. Yeah, that's where my bias comes from on it. So if you guys didn't live through that, you might have a different understanding of why it's, the conversation's happening the way it is. But yeah, we like legitimately had people who were doing like 1/2 the overall of other players saying like, nope, this is good, this is valuable. Everyone playing Arcane because it's flavor and it's really not easy to play. So their excuse is prio. Yeah, exactly. That's yeah, mage problems altogether right there. Marksman is a great prio class for that reason. Can do insane damage to your main target while doing insane AoE. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. People constantly act like you have to do single target in AoE packs, and that's how you're supposed to be playing the game. I don't know how these act good. That's something to do with where we landed or the route or something? Prio definitely makes packs easier. I don't think people are saying anything about that. It's like people who pull big with Chewy. The ones who melt him make life easier. As long as they're not losing actual overall damage, yeah. But for some reason they are often. And Chewy's another good example. Like you can always see people on those packs not actually all attacking the same target. It's very common. Doing AoE as marksman literally buffs your priority. Yep. If that's how it was for every spec, this conversation wouldn't even exist because that's just playing the spec. But people make it sound like it's some conscious choice. Like I'm refraining from AoE here so I can carry you guys by attacking one target. Oh, okay, thanks. think all you want is for things to die around the same time. If there's one high HP mob living in every pull, you're losing a ton of time. Yeah, there's not really enough, like, that doesn't happen frequently enough for it to be a concern in Mythic Plus either way. Like, there's some times where mobs are like double the health of other mobs, but it's like maybe once a dungeon. Same goes for Havoc. The more targets in a pull, the more prio they're doing to the main target. Yep. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So as long as you actually attack the main target, you should still be doing full AoE and full maximization of that, you know? But there's like some weird prevailing thing where people are like, no, I'm ignoring the other targets. They're not important to me. So, okay, cool. So this pack's just going to take longer to die than it should. Fury is horrible on uncapped AoE and is still outclassed in prio damage and single target. Okay. The Fury. The life of a Fury warrior.
Beware.
If you have 5 mobs in a pack with 100 million and 1 mob with 300 million, if all DPS do 100 million per minute and you clear it in 1 minute. If you have 2 that do 100 million per minute and everything, and 2 everything, and that one that does 200 million. 2, 1, and 0 do, I have no idea what the fuck that says.
Beware.
Anyway, the mistake you're making is thinking that people could double their single target like that. I can think of multiple cases. What are some cases? Because I mean, in this dungeon we didn't have a single one. Maybe that, you know, those 2 big guys, and that's really borderline. Those guys are just pesky. They don't really have that much more health than the other mobs. The Blood Warper, no, that died around the same time as the other pack, the other mobs in the pack. It's just example numbers. You get the same outcome, a faster clear. I can't understand what your example is saying, honestly, just because the way it's worded, but regardless, the problem you're having is equating it to reality, I think, because those aren't the numbers that would make sense in reality. Arcane can definitely double the single target in prio pulls, but like I said, you won't find an Arcane that's capable of actually doing that, yep. Are people just confusing funnel with prio? Yes. Blood Warpers, we have to take a look at the health pools maybe, but yeah, Blood Warpers are not a significant problem for me. The big guys in the beginning are the only ones that I would say are something that might die a lot slower than the rest of the packs. Basically all of Priory, I guess. Hobgoblin, Wandering Candles, and DFC, Void Riders, and Rookery. But do they actually have significant, like, do they, like, you have to set a threshold for where this becomes a real topic, right? If a mob has 1 more health than another topic, than another mob, it's not a prio. You know what I mean? That's not a situation. What is your threshold? Like, how much more health does the enemy have to have? They have just short of double over the other mob's HP. Okay, we'll take a look at it at the end of the run. Remind me.
Beware. 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 Beware.
On yours, 18 Flood, the Arcane triples the damage of Death Knight and Bomb Kit on the Shredders. What was his overall compared to the other guys?
Beware.
Let's just stick to this dungeon since we're in it right now. I'll take a look at the health pools afterward. It shows it on MDT, doesn't it?
Beware. Beware.
On the log, he did 500k less. Oh, is there? Could you link that? That'd be interesting to look at that. Arcanine at 14 should be able to play their class well. Oh god. Welcome to the channel, brother. I mean, for what it's worth, I've like never seen an arcane do bad overall, so this might not be the right spec. I don't know. But my example is always Fire Mage from Dragonflight, where everybody kept going nuts about that, but it didn't make any actual impact on the key. But right now this guy has, yeah, this guy actually has double. So that's a good example. Let's see how much longer it takes him to die. We have a marksman hunter, and that would be it, right? You would say that guy might do good priority, quote unquote. I'm just going to attack it the whole time, and that's going to be the only thing I can do. Hey Jose, what's up? Hey, welcome. There's also the context of the mob's threat level as well. Well, yes, but obviously having 8 mobs alive is far more threatening than having 1 mob alive, and that's my point. Killing every mob in this pack is important, not just this one mob. In fact, in this pack, the casters are doing far more damage than this guy is. And you see he's actually going to die first. He's going to die way before the inspectors, partially because of the way the mechanics of the fight work. The warrior died, but as we see, the paladin and the demon hunter, or the paladin and the hunter did pretty even. The big guy does unavoidable AoE though, sure, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's less dangerous or more dangerous.
Beware. Beware.
You must be mentally exhausted from streams like this. I'm used to it. The whole community is just like the whole game, not the stream community or anything, but the whole game is just filled with people who can't think for themselves. Community used to be a lot better, yeah, no doubt. People have gotten too warped up on, like, I guess, influencer culture and just the things that happen above the game. They don't focus on the actual game anymore. I love this music, yes, me too. This dungeon has very, very good music. That warrior thinks he's running a 6. Would he die? He's only died twice. Hey, Leon, welcome. Usually it is just nice to have one DPS that has good prior damage. Not worth dropping a ton of AoE for it, though. Yeah, like I said, if you can do good overall, then yeah, obviously. I think most people are just using that as an excuse to suck, though. That's the big issue. Too many people out there like, I didn't do good overall, but that doesn't matter. It does matter. 100%. There's no such thing as pad. That's how this started. We kind of got lost in the weeds there, maybe, but the idea that there's no such thing as pad, or that there is such a thing as pad, is a weird conversation. Hey Bliss, how's it going? Welcome. How's things? We had too much influence over the last couple of years. Yeah. The culture of the game has changed dramatically. Yeah, just throw it in Discord if you can. Whatever you got link-wise. I always have my Cs for prio mobs and hard packs, and that just works. Yep, exactly. And you do great overall all the time. I actually have one example of pad that you can't deny. What is it?
Beware.
That guy got stood in a puddle with Zap and shocked himself. Is that what happened? That's funny. Damage is why I don't mind losing overalls. Yeah, sure, Rep beat me in overall by 2% in Cinder, but I did 30% more damage to muscles. Yeah, so like, is that clear? Like, you know, like you're talking about like an insignificant amount of overall lost. So that's basically just playing your class and attacking the correct target. You know what I mean? That's like very, very different than what people do in the keys that I see them talk about this conversation in. Like, if you didn't do that, you'd be playing your class wrong, right? Like, there's a very big difference, I think. I don't know if that's clear to people or what, but like, I don't know. Kind of started with WAD, where it became the cool thing to just shit on retail. Yeah, I kind of agree, actually. Any other dungeon you would like to come back in the rotation? No, not really. I don't really think of it like that. Amanda, welcome. How you been? I had 2 warriors in field while the boss was spawning, and 1 warrior went over and started attacking the target dummies at the 3rd boss. In Freehold? I didn't even know there was target dummies. What? Where's that? I went Arcway? That would be a cool one. An example of Pat is doing full AR rotation on the Yes Men in Cinder when you have no funnel damage. Okay, that's just dumb, right? Like, that's what I mean, like, I don't know. I think everything's pretty clear on this. On the right side of the boss with the shark hands. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. You would attack them by accident sometimes, and then the pets would get like stuck up there.
Beware.
My comments don't come through on PC, however they do on mobile. Oh really? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great, man. What are you up to? Locks would dot them for procs and stuff. Right, yeah. You can get some value out of attacking them. Shoutouts to Season 1 Shadowland Bombkin pulling their big dam and Convoke for pride so the rest of us could prosper and enjoy the buff. I remember people thinking that was a good idea too, and then sitting there for 5 minutes without CDs used. Been chatting the whole time and it says it went through, but it didn't. Oh, I mean, I saw the comment you asked about the dungeon coming back. I saw the comment about loving music in here. Anything else? I don't know. Gotta say, I love that you pronounce it Bombkin. Is that not how you guys pronounce it? Sanguine Depths should be back. Oh yeah. How about Taco Bell Nuggets? Oh, I don't think I saw those ones. Yeah. Nobody is doing full AoE on Yes Men unless they're actively trolling, right? That's what I mean. It's always like disingenuous. Like we can't ever have this conversation without it being like weird. I just started the Zone, the new Goblin one. It's fucking badass. Yeah, it's amazing. The music and like the atmosphere of it is so key. It's so well done. Metro, you need to invite some more Unholy DKs if you want to upgrade your keys. Oh yeah. No more warriors, I guess. That's the big problem. I gave this guy the start because he begged for it, but it wasn't worth it. I don't really care about upgrading keys at this point, though, to be honest. I'm just happy to finish them. 3 in a row, well, 4 in a row, going back to yesterday, so that's nice. Just fun to do a different dungeon every time. Marksman and Fury. Can you show the Shaman damage breakdown? Oh, yeah, sure. 90% Acid Rain. Arms Warrior, okay. Fury, not okay, yeah. Warriors are good for theater, I think. Yeah, maybe. Do any priests know if they patched the dominating mind tech on the Yes Men? I don't know, yeah. Get some good Dorito Red 40 in your protein. Stay healthy, Americans. So, yeah. Did y'all time that? No. What else? Isn't 3.6 overall low for a 14? For that dungeon, I don't. It's hard to say because things go differently every time. They did not patch it. Okay. Might have just been DR'd in some way. Isn't red 40 made of insects? I don't even know what red 40 is. That's like a food color? Nobody sent me anything in Discord, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, we were going to look at the difference of the health of those mobs. Well, what do you right-click them and find out? Is that how it works? No, it just says it right on there. That's the same mob type, right? So that one's got 40, so that one's actually double. But we saw those guys actually died last, which is kind of weird. Wait, why are they not on the route? What? Anyway, what about these guys? 104 compared to 52, so that's double as well. Those ones are always the ones that live way longer than the rest of the pack, that's for sure. And then, what about these guys? The architects maybe is a big problem, but that's because that's not really their health pool. It's the problem, it's their mechanics. And then Blood Warper 83 compared to 50. So yeah, that one's way less offensive. Oh yeah, this isn't even my route. What the fuck? Wait, how do you skip that pack then? That's the route that idiot tried to get me to run. How do you skip that pack? Skippable with Mind Soothe. Oh wow, really? That's interesting. Didn't know that. Shroud too. Those big guys don't have Shroud. I try to skip your 8 with a Warlock. Oh yeah. This is not actually my route, but... Alright, anyway, the key is now... Oops. Mechagon. Cool. The big guy is in the back and you can hug the wall. Oh, okay. This is that run that you guys were talking about. Let's take a look. Here, let's just delist this real quick. Don't want to waste people's... Don't want to make people think they're getting invited to something. Okay, yeah, 18. Floodgate. Wait, is that 18? Aren't people doing like 20s now? Mech easy peasy with the lock. Yeah, we'll be taking Warlock for sure. Anyway, oh, this was like a week ago. How did we see the whole dungeon? Okay. So yeah. Probably a pretty significant loss. I don't know, I have not seen keys at this level done. But that's a pretty big delta there. 4.6 down from 5.3, so... Don't know. I don't think this place has been done on 19 yet. Oh no. Alright, 14 Mechagon. Get the Warlock. Hopefully a good one. We've had a lot of problems with Warlocks being kind of invited just because they have the utility that we need. Mech's alt. Alright, we got Warlock. Or, no, that's a Demon Hunter, yeah. Come on over. Look at the damage that was shown in the link. The mage did 3 times the damage to the Shrednator. I saw it, yeah. I was expecting at that level those people to actually do good overalls too. Because when the fire mage bullshit was going on in Dragonflight, all these people who were doing half the overall of other players were talking about how valuable their class was. But then you'd look at actual top keys, and fire mages were actually top overall in those keys. You know what I mean? 4.6 overall is 1 million more than your recent party. Again, we're talking about the delta between the specs. My argument the whole time has been that it's better to have 3 good overall players than one guy who's doing a million less overall than somebody else. Why are we looking at the best players in the world? I don't know. Let's just move on. It's a waste of time. These arguments always end up waste of time. Okay, we just need... No, we got everything now. Gonna keep giving looks to Evoker, I think. I missed the floodgate. How'd it go? Decent. I don't know that the route worked out in our favor, to be honest. It didn't really seem like we did anything wrong outside of that. Sent you the Swamp Face Yoink in Discord? Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Is it literally just that one? You don't send the rest of the key? If so, we probably won't make a video on it, but thanks. I'll take a look at it. I'm usually disappointed with mages when I invite them to my keys. It's funny that this is getting brought up, we're talking about Arcane, because I've not seen an Arcane mage do bad overall. You're saying both, that you can't look at the average 14 gamer, and also that you can't look at the best players. Who are you supposed to look at? I'm not saying either of those things, so I don't know. Let's just move on, man. I don't know what you guys are even on about at this point. The original comment that started this all is that there's such a thing as pad in Mythic Plus. I say there is not. Want to get back on that topic? You can, but otherwise this is getting really weird now. Did you see that Death Strike's back with the guy doing 4 million overall in Keys' blood? No. Alright, so on our way to... Wait, what dungeon? Workshop. Arcane isn't a spec that can beat specs like Moonkin and Unholy in high target count dungeons. Also, mages in 14 to 15 are mostly terrible. Yeah, well, we've seen the opposite, which is why it's confusing. We've actually seen Arcane mages do extremely well overall, so I'm not really sure what the situation is there. I figured the review itself was like taking a look at the whole dungeon. If that's the only thing that happened, then yeah. I still say the guy in the target dummy was padding, but it was pretty funny because he got called out. I mean, it's possible that he was trying to attack it for some other benefit, like we were saying before, but obviously if the target straight up can't die, then yeah, that would be padding. Whenever I look at the best classes overall in keys, I look at the stats for 12 to 14 keys where you don't need to be talking, etc. If you had the option of being a pro chess player or a pro swimmer, what would you choose? Neither. I always save CDs for spiteful ads to pad my overall damage. Yeah, there's an example of something that might have been considered pad in the past. Something that like actually doesn't need to be killed. Hey, old Gogurt, what's up, man? Welcome. Long time no see. What have you been up to? All-time worst to fix? Necrotic, definitely. Nothing even remotely close in my eyes. Speaking of target dummies, there was a post on Reddit the other day. Guy applying to a guild that had him hitting the Dornagal dummies for hours as part of his app. He asked, is this normal? We used to do that all the time. Back before logs were a big thing. In Wrath, our guild leader used to like take people on like a fucking training course. He would make them go to the training dummies, and he would throw like fireworks at them and make sure they were able to move out of it and all this stuff. It was funny. Necrotic bolstering quacking was just annoying. Was that an actual combo that existed? That's crazy. I remember before they nerfed quacking where it was like not like it did damage no matter what, even if you spread. It was insane. That was in BFA, I think.
Beware. Beware.
Good briar there.
Beware.
Man, being a Kyrian Dwarf Pally in Shadowlands, Necrotic didn't exist. Yeah. There was a couple ways to get around in Shadowlands, but I had none of them.
Beware.
Not a combo, I just hated all three of those. Oh, yeah, okay.
Beware.
Of course it wasn't. There's no fortified or whatever. Necrotic was a time waster for the tanks and the group in general, right? A lot of running around. Remember that lightning stack affix plus quacking? Yeah, season 1 was pretty nuts. Season 1 of Dragonflight was like maybe the hardest affixes that existed for a long time. And then they just nerfed them to oblivion. I really miss Sanguine. Oh yeah. Sanguine was rough. In Dragonflight, there was a lot of dungeons that you couldn't move the mobs out of easily. Necroticus Blood Death Knight sounds like the opposite of fun. Yeah, it basically synergizes negatively with everything you do. Judging by Demon Hunter damage, he is in Vengeance spec. No, he just died. That's Mex. He just got killed on the first pull. The worst affix is still season 1 of BFA, because if you mess up the dungeon, it was just over. Oh, the seasonal affix? Yeah, I wasn't really even thinking about seasonal affixes when I answered that question, but that the season 3 BFA one was ridiculous. It was so fucking hard. Okay. Drop bone shield, get kills. Keeping the sanguine healing number at the end of the run was a fun mini game. Oh yeah. Harry, is that you? You remember when Harry was tanking those? But he like straight up wouldn't have bone shield on for like half the combat. If talking seasonal affixes, I think season 1 BFA was the worst. I really liked Infested, but yeah, I would definitely say season 3 of BFA was way harder. I liked Infested. It was just not done the way people, like, Blizzard wanted it to be done a certain way and nobody did it that way, so it made it really hard. But yeah, what Jix brought up was the fact that if you let the Infested get to enemies, they would re-infest. And if you let that happen too many times, you're just done. Like, you can't kill the enemies anymore. I like the worms. I played Frost Mage. Yeah, I like the way people ended up handling it, even though it wasn't the way people were probably expected to handle it. Because it gave like really good skill and utility to some specs like that they would never use, like Frost Nova. And Death Grip, obviously, I liked it for that reason too. Reaping Effects is still my favorite of all time. Yeah, the easiest one, right? That's how a lot of people seem to remember it. I loved Awaken and Encrypted. Yeah, the Shadowlands ones were magisterial. Like, they were perfect. Like, it's sad that they gave up on it, but I get it. Like, they're never gonna replicate those ones. People will always be bringing the comparisons up every time. Do the hammers repair themselves here? Yeah, it takes a while, but they do. It's like every 2 hammers, the previous one repairs itself. Shadowlands Season 4 and BFA Season 4 were my favorites. BFA Season 4 was definitely the most creative, but it was, yeah, I didn't think it really fit in very well with the Mythic Plus landscape. Did you guys see the rotation assist that's coming to WoW? Complete with 1-button rotation assist? Coming to WoW from what? What do you mean? Rifle was the best seasonal fix. I still curse the devs for not making it permanent. It was the hardest of the 4 from Shadowlands, but it was definitely the best one. Season 1 of Shadowlands is unfortunate that it went down the way it did. It was the worst season for just like overall gameplay for a lot of reasons, but so much of what it had was just unbelievable. Like, just Denathrius in general is one of the best characters they've ever had, I think. One of the best, like, he was like a villain, but he was actually kind of not a villain at the same time. It was interesting. Everybody hates on Shadowlands, but man, there's so much good shit in Shadowlands. It's probably never coming back because of people hating on it. Like Bwansamdi and Denathrius like carried the story in the beginning of that expansion, and then you had insanely good Mythic Plus dungeons, insanely good affixes, like the way that the game actually worked at that. Like with the seasonal affixes and stuff was super unique each season. And the Covenant stuff was so cool, like such cool visuals on the Covenant stuff. I actually did really like the campaign with Bwansamdi. Yeah, the campaigns were really good too. It was a really cool way to mix up campaigns. How every Covenant had a different campaign. Season 4 with Zerath Mortis was awesome. Yeah, Zerath Mortis is such a pretty zone, man. I gotta get in that raid again. Looks like they're adding a rotation helper for UI. Oh yeah, is that on Wowhead or something? The hate was all driven by streamers IMO. Yeah, see, that's what I mean, like, yeah. I remember, like, Shadowlands was only out for, like, a week, and there was already people making videos about how it was bad. I was like, the fucking season hasn't even started, man. Like, people were just so weird about shit. I think you have blue Death and Decay colored glasses. No, they're the right color. Covenant system was, yeah, it was honestly my favorite system that's ever existed in a while. And people ruined it. That and Titan, okay, so Titan Forging, yeah, maybe that's better than Covenant, but they're different. But those two things together are like two of my favorite things that have ever existed in a while, and they got rid of both of them. The Moss Season 2 and Torghast are what ruined Shadowlands. See, Season 2 was awesome as well, that's what I mean. The raid was shitty, I guess, but... Torghast is also one of the coolest things they've ever added to the game. It was just in an awful setting. If it was in a prettier setting with more like diverse enemies and locations, I think people would love it. Like imagine islands, but Torghast, right? Like how pretty some of the islands were and how, you know, diverse the mobs that were on the islands were. Do you use any macros? No, not really. The only thing I use is the D&D macro every once in a while, but not really. Torghast was fun gameplay. They should have made it a gearing path like Delves. Yeah, or you can just say Delves. Imagine Delves, but with Torghast powers. That'd be so cool. Islands were fun compared to Torghast. Yep. So now imagine if Islands had the power that Torghast had, right? And the gameplay of it. The Alliance Rogue had the funniest name on Earth in German. Oh, well, one of the island NPCs, you mean? I feel like we all thought Delvers were going to have those kind of powers. Yeah, they kind of did, but they're just garbage. Like, there's like very small buffs in there. The builds you can come out. Yeah, I know. So now imagine if Torghast was actually hard, right? Like imagine if Torghast was like Mythic plus difficulty. And all of a sudden you're like redesigning your entire character to benefit from the anima powers and your playstyle is changing run to run. Think about how that would be the best content ever made. Like it would be so fucking crazy good. It would be insane. Metro, do you use your ghoul for anything specific? No, just damage. Oh my god, even on this character, that wins thing is still active. That's funny. Torghast was hard, then everyone cried and they nerfed it. Yep. Well, I mean, so I get why they nerfed it and they needed to nerf it. My critique of it was that they should have had like a challenge mode version of it or something, you know? Like the infinite one was really good, but it wasn't truly infinite and it wasn't really that hard. It got kind of hard at the end, I guess, but... people generally hated the systems and borrowed power because of the acquisition, not the systems themselves. Right, yeah, exactly. And that's what I was saying, like, people were unable to give real feedback on these things. And so Blizzard just removed them. It's sad they patched the box tech. I'm surprised they didn't do it earlier. Seems weird that they did it now, after 3 seasons of this dungeon existing in the past. Always makes me think that like whoever worked on making changes at that point in the game doesn't exist now, and whoever's in charge now, it's like, oh, I know how to fix this. Let's just fix this. There is still borrowed power in the game. Everyone's just ignoring it. What is it? I mean, there's always going to be borrowed power. That was also another stupid thing that people always said. We hate borrowed power. It's like, brother, do you know what trinkets are? set bonuses. Like, borrowed power is a staple of World of Warcraft. It's how they keep gearing interesting season after season. Borrowed power is fine if it isn't a huge pain in the ass to get. Yeah, I mean, I think the difficulty of it should be commensurate with the power of it, but at the end of the day, that is what should have been addressed and not the actual system. Like, I think it was excellent in Shadowlands, I don't know. Way better than Legion, at least. Conduits were a bit annoying to switch around, though, if it was a bit more convenient. Yeah, the whole like multiple spec conduit thing I know was a big talking point. I never interacted with it, so I don't even know how that works, but I don't play multiple specs, obviously. That we gotta commit to and just get that killed. That's silly.
It'll take me weeks to rebuild him.
I probably will die here if I get hit by fire. I think people just feel like gear is enough. We don't need other extra nonsense. You didn't like legendaries? Because they were just gear that were like way more interesting than regular gear. Legendaries were basically just really, really powerful trinkets. That's the way you should have looked at it the whole time, because there's always trinkets like this. I think Shadowlands' ability should have been the same, just in different color and movement depending on Covenant choices. Oh yeah, see, I like them being actually like totally different spells. Some totally different builds.
Attention, citizens. Please remain in your domiciles. Guards are currently en route to quell the disturbance.
GTA 4 is 17 years old. Is that the most recent one? 4? No, 5 is the most recent one, right? It depends on what we mean by legendary. Talking about the ones from Shadowlands. My bad if we weren't. I was talking about Shadowlands the whole time.
Let us see how you fare against something more advanced.
The neck was not a legendary. That was just an artifact with something else. You didn't have to swap covenants multiple times per patch. Well, you didn't have to either. You just chose to, first of all. But yeah, I mean, people said I was the wrong covenant the whole expansion, and I still did it. 5 is the most recent. 6 is coming out, but it's going to be super blue-haired with lots of pronouns. Oh yeah, pronouns. Afternoon, Metro. Hope you are well, sir. I am well, Chris. Welcome back. I feel like Mech and DFC wouldn't be bad on 15. This is actually the one I would like to do on 15 the most, yeah. DFC I don't enjoy doing. I don't think I know we can upgrade it on 15. But this one is like the easiest dungeon, I think. If we can just kill the bosses, it's like that's it. Skip at the end, kill bosses, no deaths, easy mode. Upgrade the key. The only pronoun I recognize is moron. I don't think that's a pronoun, yeah.
Beware.
That's an adjective.
Beware.
The acquisition of legendaries always starts really bad. Well, it's pretty good in Shadowlands, right? Because it was just you do content and you get it. There's a couple problems where like they came from world bosses and shit. But other than that, yeah. I think people just didn't like the system because they didn't like Torghast. But I think a lot of people didn't like Torghast because they didn't like being told they had to do something. There was a lot of that in Shadowlands. Unless you're a hunter and the BIS was from the world boss. Yeah, I've heard about I think it was Ellie as well had that problem. The world boss just straight up wasn't up, like, for months or something like that. It was like, I don't know if that was a bug or what, but... Oh. Last night we broke the 14 very last mob of the dungeon. A squirrel got a triple kill. Holy shit, really? Some excessive levels of flesh detected. Yeah, we gotta pay attention. That one I didn't even realize was gonna hit me. That's probably the key right there. Sadly. I was summoned. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, Legion ones were a big problem. I hated. Honestly, I almost quit Legion. I almost quit WoW. Like, I was very close to quitting WoW over the Legion legendary system in the very beginning. But Shadowlands was like zero problem in my eyes compared to that one. Yeah, the Warlock just didn't want to summon, I guess, but whatever. It's my bad. I fucked up there running into that. The seat rotation thing allows for a one-button macro at the cost of a longer CD. Whoa. So it's like a feature. It's like not just a visual thing.
Welcome to my garden, trespassers.
Shadowlands was wild, especially when that Arcano Crystal would drop from a world boss. That was Legion. Warlocks are the most useless class in the game for some reason. If they have any kind of utility, they almost never do it. Oh, really? Well, the big thing we invite them for is the skips, and they always do that. So luckily I'm alright with that. To be fair, I did have a rotation add-on when I played some classes. Right, I mean, Hakili or whatever, they were actually like, it was like a very good add-on. I remember Shock and Awe was like the original one for Enhanced Shaman. It was actually really good. Rusty used it, and he was one of like the best players I knew. And his statement was always like, "There's no reason not to use it. It makes it so it's like, you know, brain off for rotation."
My roses are of the highest caliber. Just take a little off the top.
Beware.
If you can't handle the heat, stay out of my garden.
And I agreed with that for a long time. When I started playing Blood Death Knight, I had a thing that was like meant to be a rotation manager, but it just like stopped being updated, and then like the class got more and more dynamic to the point where there's like no way you could make a priority. So I stopped using it. I'm sorry, Rusty, the blacksmith hammer guy. Yeah, that's yeah. I could see why you would respond with that, but yeah. When Rusty actually like put full effort in, he was a very, very good player. Hero rotation is a good class helper as well. Oh yeah. I don't think I ever saw a full effort Rusty. No, sadly you didn't. By the time he came back after that, he had already changed. His whole life was different. He was like a different person at that point compared to what he was like in Wrath and Kata. I gotta dag him. Okay. Invoker. Struggling to live. But that one is just getting hit by mechanics, right? Gamers are down, yeah. The only issue I had with Shadowlands is that I couldn't swap covenants at the start, so I couldn't test them out, but that's about it. Because I skipped all of the campaign after the first tune. Oh well. There's also the possibility of just using the PTR. People always said that. Like, I want to test the covenants out. I was like, you can go to the PTR. Oh, why should I have to go to the PTR? It's like, I'm just telling you, if you want to solve your problem, you can go to the PTR. Like, I don't know. How good is Sakili? I feel like it would be good for easy classes, but even then, I'm not sure. It's probably good on like a single target fight or something like that. But I just like, I don't fully trust it to like dynamically adapt to actual Mythic Plus situations. Like, I highly doubt it's good for Mythic Plus. You don't pay my sub, don't tell me to do things. Yeah. Don't tell Blizzard to do things either, you know? Crazy. I was mad at Shadowlands Season 4 because I had to play Holy Priest because it was overpowered. Oh, you had to. Good afternoon, David Smith. Welcome. I didn't get the Shadowlands lore probably because I tried to be as brain AFK as possible. The Shadowlands lore was unfortunately very confusing because I think some things happened that they wanted to do that didn't work out because of the problems the company underwent. One of the big ones was Arthas. The voice actor for Arthas like publicly decried the company and refused to like basically like they boycotted the company due to the whatever allegations or whatever. And I have like, I don't know this for sure, but I really believe that Arthas was meant to be part of Shadowlands. And because they couldn't get the voice actor, I think they just went a different way, and that really confused things. Hi Metro, I tried some Oracle Disc. Shields are still overpowered. Can you nerf again, please? No, I don't have the... No, I don't... That's not me, I can't nerf. It's only on my private server that I can make those changes. Remember when the jailer said he was trying to protect us from something even more evil? Right, that's what I mean. Like, there's actually some really fucking cool story there. But I think they lost some of the... Like, I don't know. They had to change it in the middle of the expansion. I think the same thing happened with BFA as well. I think when Chris Metzen retired, quote unquote, I think they had to take Thrall into a whole different direction, and then they tried to make that into Saurfang instead. And that caused the story to be totally different. Sylvanas' whole I will never serve after serving the jailer most of the expansion. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, Sylvanas' stuff was not great, I think, but the overarching story of Shadowlands, I really enjoyed it, and I think if we actually got the version that they were originally intending to tell, it probably would have been a really good expansion. Did he retire, or was he retired? Yeah, so he retired in Legion way before the breast milk thing. But I think that's just pretty, like, he knew, like, they knew it was coming out. It just took that long for it to come out, you know what I mean? So I think because, like, why the fuck did he retire and then come back? Like, you know what I mean? So I think what happened was he, you know, he knew here the tide was stemming, and he got out before it tarnished his career. And then as soon as it was clear, it was like, I'm back. Yeah, I think he did. The whole breast milk thing, I don't understand. I hear people bring this up. I don't remember that ever being brought up, but apparently at some point there was women storing breast milk in Blizzard refrigerators, and the men were drinking it or throwing it out or doing something like that. I don't even know, but I've heard people suggest that is also part of the scandal, but it's like, is it? Like, is that the same thing as like raping somebody? Like, I don't think it is, but... do you think that instead of Anduin, Arthas would have been the boss there? No, I just think Anduin and Arthas would have been like, it would have been a story, you know what I mean? Distance himself from his co-workers that were going down and that he was closely associated with, yeah. I mean, he basically, I assume he knew it was coming the whole time is what my expectation of the situation is. Someone took some breast milk, kind of weird, but also that lady that had her picture spread around. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't even really remember it honestly, but
You cannot elude my
yeah.
targeting system. You cannot
All I know is there was like some actual like serious shit, and then a bunch of people were just like latching on to everything else they could possibly find to try to make a story out of it. She took her life. Oh yeah, I don't even know what that is. Is that something to do with Blizzard? What is that? Shadowlands started off awesome. The whole Revenant Death campaign leading into Nathra was great. I think it's like Mop and Shadowlands that have the best starts in my opinion. The absolute best starts, those two together. And it's because both of them take place in very surreal worlds. So they did such a good job like establishing these characters that's almost a shame that they stopped. You know what I mean? Like Shadowlands could have just ended in season 1 and it would have been probably one of the best expansions ever. Latching on, is that a breast milk joke? Yeah, probably. Mike Wybara still doing well, by the way. He now runs a casino gambling app. Oh yeah. That guy wasn't in charge for long, but I heard a lot about him when he was. I wish we had more story with Sire Denathrius. Yeah, I think they need to find a way to bring him back somewhere, because that dude was crazy good. Pandaria was so beautiful with a Japanese influence. Would you say it's Japanese?
You cannot elude my targeting system.
On an alt, I am at tear down this wall and mop, and I went from 3 hitting mobs to dying myself in 2 to 3 hits in the solo instance dungeon. Oh, really? Where is that? The raids and dungeons were top tier in season 1. The raid, yeah. It reminds me of the Dave Chappelle skit where he impersonated Diddy, and he tasked the crew to get him some Cambodian breast milk. Oh, is that a thing?
Beware.
Magnetic grapple engaged.
Castle Nathria and Mythic Death Knight set is the best looking ever. I do really like the plate sets in there, yeah. I use that as my transmog for a long time. I feel like if you haven't seen some Chappelle shows, you're just an incorrect person. I never really liked it, yeah. I watched it like when it was first out, and I thought it was like pretty revolutionary for a comedy thing, but the type of humor never really stuck. Like I didn't really enjoy that type of humor. Funny how no one knows what to do with the orbs on this boss. Oh yeah, is there like what do you want to stack up or something? I just dodged them. If the dragon didn't die 5 times, you would have timed this. Yeah, 4 deaths. I don't know if that's true, but I don't. Yeah, like I said, it's whatever.
Beware.
You use the 1-button rotation. Is there really a 0.2 slow to your GCD if you use the 1-button rotation? I have no idea. You will not tarnish the shaman's IO. Yeah, good luck. The dragon, it was a demon hunter that died with meta multiple times, so yeah. Okay, this is hard to survive. AMS the second one, I think it's the right choice.
Beware.
Trolling this out of spite? I mean, it's my key. Yeah, I want to finish it.
Magnetic grapple engaged.
Run away, little girl.
Luckily, we got him pretty low. I just need to be able to survive this reliably, which is not easy. Oh, we got trinket for this one. Good. Throw it so he gets to deplete and try. I mean, if anybody does that, you're a fucking idiot. So yeah, I'm happy to make your life more miserable. If you think that people are actually checking your IO and seeing that you have 0 non-upgraded keys and they think you're a good player for that, like, you are still fucking confused. It's insane.
Beware.
Looks like we need a follow-up defensive for everyone as well.
Magnetic grapple engaged.
Run away, little girl.
Literally, no one checks if you have on-time keys. Yeah. Like if anybody did actually do that, it would be the dumbest fucking thing ever, because it means that all you're doing is playing with somebody who's gonna leave at like the first, like they will leave at any opportunity they get, basically.
Beware.
Okay, well, shit, purgatory there. Thought we were gonna be all right. But we have Icebound and the trinket up for the next 2, or AMS and the trinket up for the next 2. I think we use trinket now.
Beware.
Thank you for helping to calibrate.
Well, I guess we're not doing that. Alright. That's a lot harder than you think it is. Yeah, what's wrong? Yeah, like if you see somebody on the like if you actually looked at their radar IO and you're like, oh, this guy has zero keys that aren't in time, I'm like, I don't want that. Like, I will stay as far away from that guy as humanly possible, because you know that guy is just leaving like literally the second he had, like, anything that even goes remotely wrong, he would leave for, you know. Did you assume you didn't need AMS? I just thought I was going to survive the second hit, yeah. But I kind of like got it confused in my head, thinking that like if I used the trinket on the second hit, it would keep me alive through the third hit, but it just didn't. I didn't even have the trinket up at that point, I guess. Could have used AMS first, that was stupid anyway. I held the group hostage in the pig boss of Waycrest. They were shitting on my route and they all died with the boss at 80%. I had them sit there and watch me take 10 years to kill it. The mud trinket. On the bright side, screenshot your death face and use that as a thumbnail. Yeah, I can't believe I did there. Did you see the new Nightfall Arathi recolor sets? I think I would like them too, yeah. How do you get them? I would like to get them. What's the stat prio for Deathbringer? I go versatility and mastery. Shaman did have some untimed keys. Weird. Yeah, I don't know that he left for that reason, to be honest. We can't whisper him, so I don't know. Why would he finish untimed priors but leave on the last boss here? Not sure. You give more pref to mastery over verse? No, verse over mastery, yeah. In my opinion. Okay, now we need Warlock. Alt Pally calling your name, not my name. You're hearing the wrong name. I don't even have a max level, a second max level character. The Afterlife cinematic that Blizzard made with Uther is one of the best cinematics they've ever made. I've watched it so many times. Is that the one where he says, "Light, save my soul"? It's like fucking so, like, just such a great voice line. See, that's what I mean. Like, they brought that character back, right? Uther, Sylvanas, like Anduin in there as well. Like, it's fucking clear that they wanted to bring Arthas back, right? And that would, like, just be truthful with yourself. Like, if Arthas made like some crazy ass like appearance out of nowhere, you'd think that's the best expansion lore wise ever, right? Like, just be truthful. Like, no matter what else happened, if that happened, you would think it's one of the best ones ever. And I think that's what they were going for. And then once all that bullshit started happening, they're like, fuck, now what do we do? Honestly, don't think he left because of Radar was showing him an untimed key. I think he just won't get a score from it, and he died. No, he didn't die. It was the Warlock and the Evoker who died. He left. He was still alive. Oh, I didn't look at the rotation helper thing now. Let's take a look. Oh, it's like a video. There's a video. I'll have to watch it. Wait, is that Dratnos? What the hell? Who are those people? Is that Max as well? Yeah, I'll just watch this later on. When was this posted? Just right now? Just a little bit ago? Special add-on edition. Weird. Yes, and how they show Arthas sucking out his soul, absolutely insane. Right, yeah, it's such a good one, right? Why in the world is Blizzard supporting a dumbing down add-on for the game? Is it an actual add-on or is it part of the game? Yeah, I don't think it's bad look at all. As long as it's an actual part of the game, I don't know why you would say that. It will be built into the game. Yeah, that's good. That's a good thing. I don't think making WoW stupider is a good idea. It's not making it stupider, it's making it easier. Stupider would be removing all the spells so you only need one button. I agree with the idea that they should learn and figure it out on their own, but this isn't really something that anybody, like, it's not decipherable, you know? It's one thing for them to just, like, if it was like about defensives or other stuff, but like the rotation really isn't that complicated, and it really shouldn't be complicated. So anyone who's having like serious issues doing the rotation and needs that in the first place, yeah, just let them have it. I'm fine with them having it because it's not something that anybody should be limited by. Alright, back to workshop. Oh, I didn't. Keep forgetting to put stuff on this sheet too. Hey Metro, how's Keys today? Better than yesterday, that's for sure. What happens when those new players bring it into Mythic Plus with people who don't want those players? What do you mean, who don't want them? So that's what I'm saying, like, it's not a recognizable failure. Like, nobody's sitting there, like, analyzing, like, oh, that guy used Crusader Strike 3 times instead of 2 times. He's doing his rotation wrong, you know what I mean? Like, they're talking about, like, oh my god, this guy didn't fucking kick. So, like, you know, it could actually be a benefit. Like, is it gonna, like, pop up that you should kick? Like, you know, it could be beneficial for the game, to be honest.
Help us secure a perimeter by eliminating the most immediate threats.
I'm saying if it performs 20% less and the new player never stops using it. That I don't understand. Like, I have to read or listen to the thing, I guess, to understand that part. But if it's, like, objectively worse than just playing your character poorly, then yeah, that's a big problem. We'll see what happens with that. We had a priest healer that used Holy Nova for every button press, so I've seen it. I want a weak order to show me who's using cooldown tracker, so I won't invite them. Probably would be possible, to be honest. I used Achille to learn different classes. I had never touched it, and it did wonders. After about a week, I caught myself not using it at all, and everyone who does handicaps themselves. It does help a lot. Yeah. It would be cool if it worked out, but Blizzard's track record is poor. I don't think they've ever done something like this, so... Anyone who takes the game seriously won't be using it, so it's whatever. This just help casuals and new players. Yeah, I think it's a good thing, for sure. Maybe it'll also bring the classic-only Andes to retail. That could be a part of why they're doing it, yeah. It could be that, like, a lot of those people are like, wait, why can't I just press Frostbolt for 100% of my globals? What the hell? Maybe they just need more one-shots that can be kicked. People will learn to kick awfully fast. There's plenty of stuff that needs to be kicked and people still don't kick. Or they like don't. I think that the idea that people don't kick is false. Like that doesn't happen. But I think the idea that people kick very, very, very poorly to the point where it looks like they don't kick, that's what the reality is. Like they use their kick the first time anything happens, and then 5 people all use it. You know what I mean? Like that's just not thinking pug through. Like especially in a situation if like the first kick is not even crucial. Happens a lot in the pug world, sadly. Cooldown manager has flash heal, etc. on it. Yeah, cooldown definitely. Cooldown manager definitely not working on it, I feel like, but outside of that, I don't think there's anything. I mean, even that I would not say is similar to this. Based on, again, I don't understand much of it, but from what I've been told on stream here today, it sounds like this is going to be a really good thing for the game. You need to make kicks like dispels. If it doesn't interrupt anything, it goes on a shorter CD. No, that's too broken for PvP, unfortunately. So I guess you would need like different logic for PvP. I'll be happy to be wrong when the time comes. Yeah. And like I said, I don't think either of us are going to interact with it one way or the other, so. I cannot fucking stand mages not using altar. I'm usually a mage, so I don't play with other mages. It's actually insane. Oh yeah. Playing fire mage, having to full send during a combustion window, kicking is really rough on the mind. Gotcha. Yeah, it could only work in dungeons. It could be like a Mythic Plus specific thing, but I don't really think they're gonna do stuff like that. People have been offering that kind of, you know, to make Mythic Plus only changes, but I don't really think that's a thing. I'm not aware of anything they've done like that, honestly. And on Holy Death Name, my Cinder Brew with 0 kicks 7 minutes in. His defense was that he used his AoE stun. Cinder Brew? That doesn't really have a lot of kicks, so does it? There's probably not even a lot of opportunities for him to miss his kick in the first place. Ah, second too early. That guy died a second time? Okay. There needs to be a Mythic Plus gear system like Arena. Yes, yes. I've been hearing that said for years now, but I don't think that's happening. Alter is on the same tier as AMS for Mythic Plus defensives. I think it's even better, to be honest. Alter time, it won't save you from a death though, right? Like if you died during it, you die. Is that right? But outside of that, it's insanely valuable. A lot of people don't use interrupt priorities and either tracker if they even have one. Should always be tank then melee then range. Right, that's what I mean. Like, yeah. So if you have all 5 people use their interrupt on the first thing that comes out, like they used it, quote unquote. You know what I mean? Like to say they don't kick, it's not accurate. But they might as well waste it. You know what I mean? Might as well say you don't use it because that's not even, you didn't kick anything.
Beware. Beware.
I would agree it's better. I was just framing it in a way that Death Knight would understand. Yeah. AMS really isn't that big of a deal, honestly. At least for Blood. I mean, maybe for Unholy it's bigger, but most of the time AMS is you just sitting there staring at it. It's never used. Going towards IPA, you have a lot to kick. Boiling Flames, free samples, and the heal that goes out. There's some things, but yeah, not a lot. 7 minutes into the dungeon either way, that's not even, what, only halfway through that room or something? Oh, what the hell? I just realized he's had this forever.
Beware.
Too busy thinking about this hunter being dead and how that's going to impact things. It's not possible for a key to upgrade to the same key. No, cannot happen. AMS can cancel a lot of mechanics, which is mainly why I paired it with Alter. Yeah, I feel that actually. How did the hunter die? I'm not really sure. Why not offer to reset the key after the guy died? Because I'm not interested in resetting it. I'd rather finish it.
Beware.
With the trash! 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 Trash!
I like the Demon Hunter attitude. Yeah, it's good. It's actually funny because last 2 days I went down to the park. There was some guy I never saw there before. And he was like, he's insanely athletic. Like this guy should probably be a D1 athlete with his athleticism. But I guess he probably didn't even go to college, I guess. But anyway, I was talking to him a lot and I enjoyed playing with him because he was so, like, I don't know, he seems to understand athleticism to such a degree that it was really refreshing to see somebody actually take their time at a basketball court serious and care a lot about their body and their ability to produce results with it. But he had a lot of things to say like that Demon Hunter said, where he was constantly like, no, we're good, you know, like constantly commenting on things that weren't going well. And the other kids that are always down there, who are also very good players, but nowhere near the, like, this guy's like built like a fucking NFL player. They were like, they did not enjoy playing with him, and I was shocked to hear that. In fact, the one guy who's always down there, he's like, I fucking hate that. I hate this guy. I was like, whoa, really? But their idea of it was like, just shut up and play. Like, they don't really want to have that conversation. Like, they didn't want to have the positivity or the negativity. They just wanted to play basketball. And it's like, okay, I can see that. You know, that's kind of like how Mythic plus Pugging is for me at times. It's like, more talk is just worse usually. But it's like just, you know, low stakes basketball, so I didn't really think it was a problem. But yeah, like he's like, the guy's just being positive to a fault is what he said. He's not actually being positive, he's just talking. And it's like, oh, it's interesting, yeah. If you look at it that way, it's like, oh, okay, I can see the argument there. Basically just like, alright, shut the fuck up now. I'm sick of hearing it. But yeah, the kid's like, it's like he was auditioning to be a coach. I was like, oh yeah, that's actually how like a lot of coaches are, right? Where they're just always like that. Metro, I saw a clip of some dude doing a meld skip with Wraithwalk. Oh yeah. I love talking in pugs. I often type, please use AMZ. Oh yeah. I like when people are positive. I get that people want to shut up and play, but it's really nice when people are not assholes. Right, I think that's the thing. Like, it's refreshing because it's like, oh, there's no negativity in this case, right, in Mythic Plus. But in basketball, it's like, it's not really negativity when you're just playing pickup basketball. Like, it doesn't really work that way, you know? Sometimes people are going at each other, but it's not common. But I think it was just the constant talk. Like, the guy literally would, like, he just did nothing but talk. I mean, he played, but it was just always, like, every single thing. Like, oh, great shot, or, oh, we'll get this one, don't worry. You know what I mean? And it was like, okay, man, I get it. Like, it was a little overbearing, but he was such, like, a rare athleticism. You never see somebody that athletic at a fucking high school basketball part. Kind of strange. You see Tyrese Halliburton's dad talking shit to Giannis? Yeah, that's crazy. That's fucked up. And Tyrese actually responded perfectly to that. Great athletes support their teammates and try to get the most out of them. Yeah, that's basically all he was doing, but it was just like way fucking overkill. We're playing like 2-on-2 at the park, you know what I mean? Like, I could see why they thought it was overkill, but to say like you hate the guy was a bit overdone too. I think that's way too much. What is this week's affixes for 10s? Yeah, I guess Orb CC affix. I have no idea otherwise. Ball is like 60% mental. That guy is a good influence. Too much negativity bias these days. Yeah, I think you're right in general. I think it just honestly, I think it just bothered those kids that they were like so dwarfed by him in terms of their athleticism. Because usually, like when we play, it's like quite like basic basketball. Like the people who are like the strongest and the ones who drive the hardest and can make distance between themselves the best are the ones that dominate. Like nobody's really like clamping down on defense and trying to like set screens and all this shit, you know? And so the guy like just fucking like he just totally dominated like these 16-year-old kids who were down the park. Like this guy is like running all over them. So I think that was part of it too. I think it was just a little ego thing there. But I was really shocked to hear him say he hated him, and I was like, then I started trying to think of it from that perspective, and I was like, oh, okay. I see, you know, it is kind of true. Like, if the guy's just talking the entire game, it, like, makes it a lot less fun. Yama's, like, I don't know, like, I feel like you can't get in that zen mode, you know what I mean? Like, if somebody's just talking the entire time, you can't just chill out and focus on the game. I played so much in the last year, I feel like I'm the only one that plays real defense. Right, it's actually funny. People, like, like, you remember how, like, my footwork was, like, instrumental in my defense, right? Everybody that I play down with the park are always, like, commenting on that and just the general tenacity of defense in general, or general. But yeah, it's always brought up, like, oh, wow, you really are interested in defense, basically. I enjoy, like, I would rather defend, I think, most times. I like, especially these young kids, like, defending these young kids who are, I don't know, there's so much like, basketball play nowadays that I think, like, people just don't know why they dribble the basketball. Like, they genuinely are not sure what the point of dribbling is. Because I see these people, like, they're just, like, spamming fucking moves that aren't taking them anywhere. And I'm just, like, straight up standing still while they do it. And they're like, wow, you're a really good defender. It's like, am I? It's pretty basic. Hate is a real strong word. Yeah, that's why I was shocked to hear it, you know. But you never know. Kids nowadays, they don't even have, like, a real... You never know. He might say he hates fucking mangoes or something, you know? Defense is a lost art. It's all, let me do a spin move and hit a 3. Yes, that's exactly right, yeah. Like, most of those kids I play with down there are, like, quite explosive scorers at times. Sometimes impressively so. But yeah, in defense, it's really basic. You ever had champagne mangoes? No. Anthony Edwards in the playoffs is a must-see TV. Holy hell, he's fun to watch. Good defense. Yeah, I haven't watched any of that series. Is that happening again tonight? Lakers tonight? I think it must be. I'd rather lock you down on defense and be okay at driving and spot-up shooting than being flashy. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the other funny thing. Like, they always talk about, like, just my approach to offense in general. It's being like, they're like, oh, he's super fundamental. It's like, well, yeah, because I'm not wasting, I don't have fucking energy to waste on this shit that you guys are doing. Like, these guys literally, like, I see some of them, like, spin into spin. Like, it's like, what do you, like, where you're going? Like, you're spinning backwards at this point. You've not gotten closer to the basket with these moves. I'm just sitting there. It's like, okay, I'll try to cross over. Okay. Use my shoulder, get a little bit leverage, and that's it. If I can get the ball up, I score, and if not, then I get blocked. I can't get over how awesome this dungeon sounds. I can't wait to finish work for today and get right back in. I'm a Mechanome warrior. Oh, really? I miss Tim Duncan, right? Yeah, for real. The second you lock someone down, that's like the mental game begins then. Yeah. Yeah, it could do, yeah. Taking 15 dribbles on offense. That's why I always say these kids are always like bragging about their offensive stuff. And I always like, oh, you're on pace for the record. And they'll be like, what record? I'll be like, most dribbles before half court. They don't like that too much. But I've said that to a few kids now. They're like, they get like, you know, we inbound it, and then there's some defender on them, and they just like fucking like doing that constantly, like going nowhere. It's like, brother, pass the ball. Like, what are you doing? You don't need to beat the guy 1v1 full court. Like, you just pass it. It's called a full court press. Do you not know how to beat a full court press? It's pretty nuts. Right, yeah, 3 dribbles or less. That's what I always learned when I was young. You should be able to make any offensive work with 1 pass or 3 dribbles. That's what we learned when we were young. If you can't, then it's not a good choice. If where you're going takes more than 3 dribbles or less than or more than 1 pass, then it's not a good decision. Steph Curry passes the ball nearly more than anyone. Oh yeah. Well, so okay, great, good point. Regardless, but you know, I think Steph Curry. The reason that this is really interesting too about basketball. It's like once you get to have a reputation, or you get to be like a extremely successful player at some caliber, then all of a sudden the rest of your game can open up to levels that it couldn't before. So Steph Curry has become the passer and the facilitator he has been because people have to respect his ability to shoot the three-pointer. You know what I mean? So if he could never, like if he was 0% from three-pointer, he would never pass the ball. He wouldn't be able to. You know what I mean? He's too small to facilitate this stuff. He doesn't drive well enough. Like it's, you know, his limitations are clear. But because he's such a prolific three-point shooter, he's able to make things happen that wouldn't normally be possible. And that's what I love about basketball. Because as soon as you hit a couple threes, then everybody changes their approach to defending you. And it can be the same way on defense too. Like this one kid that he's the starting point guard for the team and for the high school, and he is frankly very predictable, but he's very athletic, like very strong. So he uses his body well. So when I was defending him, I see how predictable he is, and I see why he's beating people. And so instead of just like, he's gonna overpower me because he's way, way stronger than I am. So instead, I pulled the chair out on him. You know what I mean? Like when he tries to body you, I just back up, and then he stumbles, and like the ball goes above the rim, and he airballs a layup. You know what I mean? And he did that to him 3 times, and all these kids were like, "Oh, they're locking you down." I was like, I mean, it's just like they don't think, like nobody thinks about it, you know. And so that now from then on, if he wants to drive on me, he has to have a new strategy. Whereas that works on everybody his own age, you know. It's such an interesting sport for that reason. I had thought golf to be like that too when I had first got into golf, but because it's just you versus the course, there's a layer of, like Chick said about the mind game, like the back and forth, like that doesn't exist. And I hadn't realized that I had missed that, especially when it's respectful. It's not fun when it's not respectful, but yeah, just like, yeah, pull the chair out on them. Like if they are relying on that strategy of like going into you and pushing you away to make space, then you just don't let them do that, and then all of a sudden they have no idea how to score. I was really shocked at how effective it was, to be honest, because it seemed like a pretty obvious thing. Like you know, you're literally just running into me every time, and you know, you never get called. Like there's no offensive fouls called in high school basketball, I guess, though. Obviously at the park nobody's calling anything like that. But if he does that, he wins, like every time. I cannot defend him. He's too strong, and he's got, you know, he makes good angles. Like he'll do it and then get up with the other arm, and it's like, okay, there's no way I can contest that shot now. But if I do it so he can't create the space like that, and I just give him the space, then it's like he doesn't know what to do at that point. He's just like standing there. He's like, like it's like really weird. It's like watching, like, you know, the basketball IQ just drop off the ground. It's really fun. Basketball is so fun for that reason. Every time someone bigger says they're gonna body me, I get in their head by just saying, "I'll just move and you'll fall." Like, if you tell them you're gonna do it, I guess it probably does get in their head. That's actually funny.
Beware.
I always like to be like a shifty defender, which is not something you ever see, but that's like my favorite thing about defense. Just be unpredictable. Like 2 nights ago when we were down there, 2 of the better scorers were on the opposite team. And they were running, it was like 2v1 full court, and I'm the only one running back because all these kids just sit there and watch. So I run back, and I just totally turn my back to the defender, which is something that I've done a lot recently because I've gotten a lot of foot problems that I can't always keep up. So I just totally turn my back to the defender, and it just like confuses them to the point where they're like, they just didn't know what to do. Like they're trying to run like, oh, wait till he feints and then I'm gonna pass it under him, or you know, some kind of fancy 2-on-1 play, and I just look literally like, yeah, do whatever you want. And then they take the shot and miss. Metro doing chase down blocks? Yeah, that ain't happening. I can't. Like, my feet are fucked. I don't know if you guys have ever heard me talk about this, because it doesn't obviously get brought up when we're talking about WoW, but I have like pretty severe plantar fasciitis to the point now where it's like I'm gonna have to do something about it, I guess. Because it's to the point, like, yesterday, I pretty much couldn't jump at all. Like, Sunday I played, and I was super, like, 100% physically. Then Monday I played, and I was, like, 75% physically. And then yesterday I was like, no, I can't jump. I don't know what to do about that, but... You do? Wow, I thought you were playing with some foot pedals this whole time. Sounds like you're the Jeff Hornacek of Pick-a-Ball. Was that Defender? What is that mob? What is that? It's like permanently silenced. What was that about? I had that and back pain for years. Was fixed with a standing desk and doing dead hangs. What is dead hangs? Yeah, sitting is definitely the problem. I don't think I couldn't do this with a standing desk though. It'd be too stressful. Adaptability isn't prominent in younger players yet. You stop their move and they're like, huh? Right, yeah, like that's exactly what I was describing. Pull-up position, but without the pull-up. Oh, like stretching out your lower back. See, I'm thinking that my problems are actually more lower back related than my feet at times. Because whenever I start feeling like that, like my feet are just totally immobile, and my hips start hurting as well. And I think it's actually, the root is the back. The feet are a problem, but they're like disguising the actual problem, and that's the back immobility. So I need to start stretching my lower back out. I think that was the big difference between Sunday and other days. Like Sunday I had like a half hour prepared to stretch because we get there early. But then when you show up to the park on Monday, it's like everybody's like, all right, come on, you ready to play? Like I didn't even get in the door yet, you know? So I think that's a big problem. Stretch your hip flexor. Yeah, you guys, maybe it was even you who suggested this already, but I looked into this and I don't know what to do. Like I looked into stretching hip flexor and it's just a bunch of shit that doesn't, like, I don't know how to do it maybe or something, but it doesn't feel like it helps. I don't feel a stretch with it, with the exercises. I don't know what to do there, but probably weak glutes and hamstrings causing your back to take all the load. Yeah, could be. I had the same shit. Sit blast was the big one. Yeah, it's just like I don't know how to do that. I spent 2 hours recording a leveling challenge episode this morning, and now I'm gonna spend 4 hours doing this, you know? So most of the day is gonna be sitting, and then if I wanted to drive anywhere, obviously 100% of that time has to be sitting. It's like, sitting just sucks. Standing desk out is unfortunate. That's just out. I can't stream and do Mythic Plus the way it's just like all muscle memory at this point. It would totally change. Like I would have to break down and rebuild everything, and that's just not going to be possible. I personally will need all the time I can get before I come to PA June 23rd to get my legs in cardio right. Well, I wouldn't. Yeah. I hope that when you come there'll be people, because right now it seems like the only consistency is that these kids come down after school, and so I don't know what it's going to look like in the summer. So yeah, hopefully, you know, if you come up here, there'll be people. But I don't know. Did you ever test your testosterone levels? No, I wouldn't mind doing that, to be honest. I don't know how you go about doing that though. Add stiff to your workout routine with no much weight. What does that mean? I also work a full office 8 hours, so I spend 2 to 3. Oh. Comment deleted. Just blood work, it's very easy. But what do you say to your doctor to tell him that you want it?
You cannot elude my targeting system. Activating thruster. You cannot elude my targeting system.
They won't do it for back pain. Yeah, I didn't think so. It changed my life. What? Like you mean like the results indicated that you needed to? What? Like I don't. What changed your life? It's rough. Yeah. Well, this one wasn't. Once that hunter died in that first boss, I knew we weren't upgrading this. That was like a full minute added to that fight. Like just doing the test? Oh, you started TRT, yeah. Yeah, that I don't know about. How is that like? What is like the? What does that do? Like you have to go to a doctor constantly, or do you do it at home, or what is that? Office hours, 8 hours, and 2 to 3 days strength training and stretch and yoga. Rest of it, I'm running. This seems to really help my injuries. Yeah. You get a gel. Oh, really? My training regimen involved gaming 25 out of 30 years. Having successfully herniated a disc without any actual effort, would not recommend. Like just from sitting, you herniated a disc? What? Every 2-month blood work, 1 time per year, systematic tests. Oh yeah. What was it that caused you to do it? Like you just wanted to do it, or was there something that it was suggested to do it for? I don't like playing this boss on my Demon Hunter. A few times I used Hunt. Oh yeah, that can happen, yeah. It was back pain. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't. Well, anyway. Yeah, I've heard about it from Joe Rogan, yeah. But I don't really, like, know, like, if it would help my actual foot problems, so. That's why I was asking if there was some indication that I should get it done other than just wanting to have it done. It's hard to get motivation with low testosterone. Oh, okay, I feel you on that. I mean, I don't have that issue personally, so I don't know if that's a successful indicator or not, but regardless, I know what you mean. I have no problem, like, moving. I just have problem moving because I have physical issues. Like, if it was up to me, I would go to the park 7 days a week, you know? I just physically can't because my feet hurt so bad that I can't. Like, 3rd day in a row, like, now I have no choice, but I can't go, like, I need to at least take 1 full day, if not 2 full days off to get that solved, and then when I come back on Friday, it'll be, like, perfect again. And then we'll continue with the cycle of 1 perfect day, and then the 2nd day being rough, and then the 3rd day being like, alright, I'm just here to basically pass the ball. Hormone imbalance can cause a lot of physical problems. Yeah, I'm sure. Doc, I need some labs run to check my T levels. Maybe it's like not, I don't know, like here I have to get it, it has to be like, to get blood work, I guess to get it paid for by insurance, there has to be a reason for it. So like, I can't just be like, hey, I'd like this elective thing that's not paid for by the insurance. There has to be like a reason to have it, that's what I was asking. LB Ninja, what's up, man? Glad to see you. I would wheel you around the park every morning. Are you in the US? Yeah, US. Like I died 5 times. But at least we finished. Try massaging your feet with a golf ball. I have tried that. That does not help. It feels good in the moment when you do it, but it does not help. Like, it doesn't help. Like, if I did it before I went to play, it doesn't do anything at all. Do you like chess as a game? No, not really. Got that finished at least.
The mech originator has been destroyed. And so has my father. You have my gratitude, heroes.
I was gonna Brewmaster today. This game has got me by the throat. Oh yeah, that Champions of Norath, right?
But if you ever require our assistance, you need
does sound like a game that I might like.
This partnership wasn't that bad. Reminds me how profitable working with you Alliance mooks can be.
Have to look into ROM hacks. Havoc and Demo. And before DFC? Oh, don't say that. Why would you say that? It's Floodgate again. It's probably worse. Because that's like really hard to upgrade that one. Plantar fasciitis is probably in the same category of ailments caused by sitting. Like my piriformis syndrome. I don't know what that is. But yeah, I think it's a sitting thing. Because I had no plantar fasciitis issues when I was young. And then pretty much after college when I just started playing WoW all day, every day. It was like... I just went downhill way quick. How old are you? 36. Just turned 36 March 6th, though. Only a month and a half into 37. Massive vulnerability was disclosed for any AirPlay device, FYI. If you have an IoT or Apple device, you should turn off AirPlay ASAP and update. I do not, but I know some people who do, so thank you for letting me know about that. I will take a screenshot of your message and send it to them. All right, well, we got time for one more. I got to get off around 3:15 at the most, so let's, as long as it's not a quick to spam, well, this will be the last one. If you're serious about testing your testosterone, take several times throughout the year for an average. I mean, I'm not. I'm just the only, I don't know how we even got on that topic. I just don't want to be, I just don't want to have foot pain anymore. It's not even pain. It's like, that's the thing. Like, it's not pain. I just literally don't feel like I can move. Like, I feel like my foot is like locked in place after a couple days of straight basketball. I honestly think it's also the shoes. I really like those shoes, but sadly, I think it was a bad purchase. Like, I love those shoes, but man, are they just not working out. I think it was like straight up, I should have bought shoes that I could have put my own inserts in. Because there's, like, I don't know if you can do that with these shoes. You have to, like, rip them out. They're, like, glued or whatever. I guess you can take longer breaks. Yeah, it's just, like, I don't want to do that. Like, there's so much, like, there's only so many times and days that I can actually play basketball in the first place, so... I don't want to take any breaks if I could. Like, I don't want to be forced to take a break, you know what I mean? I'll trade you my cardio issues. Yeah, I mean, like I said, though, I don't, like, have good cardio as it is, so... It's just, I guess it's just, like, what I define as cardio doesn't exist in the way I play basketball, but... I can run up and down the court, no problem, but walking up those hills last week, it was like, whoa, I'm fucked. I just went through a lot of PT due to plantar fasciitis. They gave me night splints to sleep in and exercise to do with a golf or lacrosse ball. It helped a lot. Yeah, that whole lacrosse ball thing gets brought up a lot. What? Tell me more about that. Like, what am I missing on this? Because I tried it and it doesn't do a single thing. It feels good. It's like if somebody's like massaging your shoulders. That feels good, but it does not help me. Like, my feet still have that same problem when I play basketball and stuff. So is it something that you're meant to do, like, regularly? Like, you do it every day, and for, like, a year it gets better? Or no? I'm pretty sure I complained about my shoes to you up in PA. Oh, yeah, I remember that being a big issue for you. They got all muddy, too, you remember? I also heard that having a variety of shoes helps with different insoles. Oh, really? See, I've always just worn one pair. I think it helps, like, not have them break down, but... I get it once in a while. I have night booties, and that helps. I assume you're talking about shoes or boots. The way they explained it is you have to do it all the time. Oh, okay. See, I've never done that before. I have, like, a baseball. The golf ball doesn't. It's too small. My foot's... I have a size 13, so... Golf ball's way too small. Have you tried ice on your feet? No, I've never done that. I guess the question is, like, should I be doing that before or after? Like, is the goal to do, like, after I get home on day 2 to protect for day 3? Or is it stretching out the foot before day 3 that you want to do it? Because I feel like the most success I have is when I do it, like I do good stretches before, right before basketball, like minutes before I start, I stretch a lot and that helps. But when I go right into it, like I walk down the park and the second I get there, people are like, hey, do you want to play? Then it's always, like always an issue. Having the right shoes for your activity helps a ton, yeah. I mean, I have basketball shoes. I just think I need like an arch that has better support or whatever. Or an insole. I run a lot and have several pairs of shoes with different stats. Different stack heights, millimeters of cushion, offset, etc. Oh, really? See, I have a lot of trouble. I don't know if that's just in my head or what, but... so I've been wearing the shoes that I have that actually have like plantar fasciitis stuff in them. I wear them down to the park now, and then I change them when it's time to play. And I could not play in those. Like, they're so different than the shoes I have now. I just don't feel comfortable. Like, I feel like I'm gonna like roll my ankle or something in them. So I guess if I had 3 different pairs of basketball shoes, maybe, but different shoes with different like actual profiles, I don't think I could do that. What's your favorite DPS to have in a group? I don't think I have one. Give rocker bottom shoes a try. Are they a basketball shoe? The thing about non-basketball shoes for me that's a big issue is the slip, I guess. I don't know how you describe it, but like I see these kids like even on pavement, they like plant and they slide an inch, and it's like I am not fucking with that. No way. So that's why I bought these shoes. They're Nike I can't remember, Academy, GT Academy or something like that. They're like the best for like grip or whatever you would say. That they get the best reviews at least, and they are insane. Like, it's so good. It's so good. So I love these shoes for that reason, but I think I need something inside of them. No matter what, I always take 2 minutes to stretch my arms and legs and back. I won't play otherwise. Yeah, I need to start doing the back stuff. It's just kind of embarrassing. Like, these kids are like, hey man, you want to play? And I'm like, no, I'm fucking 36, bro. I need to stretch for 10 minutes before we start. Like, I just don't want to say that, you know? But I guess I need it. Maybe I should do it before I leave the house or something. I don't know. I've always been an advocate of stretching before and after too. Yeah, I never stretch afterwards. I never really, I don't know, I never liked doing that, even when I was younger. Double sock, high top Jordans with a good insole all the way. Yeah, the double sock thing, that was you who brought that up, right? It's an interesting idea. I might try it. I don't know that my shoe would fit in the shoe though if I had to, or my foot would fit if I had 2 socks on. Do it in front of them, they need to stretch too. You'd be a good influence. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it in front of them. I mean, I would do it if we weren't gonna, I'm not gonna literally tell them to wait though. That's, I don't know, feels weird playing with the kids as it is. I almost feel like I have to kind of like fit in, you know? It pads the foot. I never don't double sock, yeah. I might try it. Okay. Too much support can cause more pain. Yeah, I get it. I need to reuse my food. Good call. Can do it before you leave or at your car if you're self-conscious about it. Well, the thing I normally do is like you gotta like lay down on the ground and do the stretches for the back, you know? So it's not about self-consciousness. It's just like awkward. I feel like it's like, hey, I'm here, but I need 10 more minutes. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know if it's just me or what, but that part doesn't seem obvious. I don't want to appear older than I am, I guess is the thing. I was stiff in my early 20s because I was gaming so much and not exercising. Yeah, it's more of a lifestyle thing, yeah.
1.
I just do standing back stretches, the good old touch your toes. It's funny because I've never been able to touch my toes, even at the peak of my athleticism. That's always been a big issue for me. I definitely can't do it now, but I don't know how much that actually helps or doesn't help my actual issue. Oh no, I'm stuck. That's real bad.
Beware. Beware.
So in that post, Blizzard announced they were planning on making their own DBM style. Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. That's why I want to watch that whole thing. I'm not surprised about the DBM thing. It's kind of sad, but I'm not surprised. World double question mark of Zombieland. Limber up. That's a film, right? Zombieland. Every time you talk about stretching, I think of Woody Harrelson. Yeah, Zombieland, yeah. No shot it will be as good as the actual add-ons, so as long as that's still an option. I don't know, you don't think? I mean, the damage meter I would certainly expect to be as good as the add-ons. DBM and stuff like... I don't know like how Blizzard couldn't do a good job with it. Like they're the ones making the fights. Like they know what the actual overlaps are and stuff. But details and stuff, like I can't see how they could possibly do a bad job with that. They have the combat log, like they're the one who made it. Customizable stuff? Like what? Oh, like moving it around the screen or something like that? Yeah, that might be an issue. I'm glad Blizzard are integrating their own version of add-ons, especially for newer players, like being told to get a weak ore and they just have to import a giant block of nonsense. That's still gonna happen, for sure. Unless they actually restrict those add-ons. But yeah, I agree, like the whole idea of like downloading like 20 weak ores just for one thing that you want is really a big problem. Oh, wow. Okay.
Beware.
I wonder if Blizzard is finally doing boss timers because people are starting to paywall their boss add-ons. Are they? I didn't hear about that, but maybe. Could be that like the community is becoming too negative around the info, I guess. Razbaro, welcome. I mean, more for class week ores? Yeah, that's a big issue for sure. We talk about that all the time whenever we do like reviews. The problem is the implementation broke the personal resource display, which I use on all my specs to track buffs. Oh, really? What? Is that a like? Why did it break it? It's not on purpose, right? Liquid weak ores only give you the full functionality if you pay now. Oh shit, what the fuck? The guy who's sitting right next to Ian is making people pay for it? That's kind of fucked up.
Beware. Beware.
That's false, oh yeah. My whole guild uses those weak ores. And they're not, you don't have to pay for them. You know the health bar and mana bar that show up in the middle of the screen? It used to show stuff, but after the patch, it's broken. Right, but it's not broken on purpose, right? My question was like, did they take stuff off that and put it somewhere else, and that's the thing you don't want to use? Or is it just a bug? You get the base function. I literally had to put in a paid guild token to enable some features. Oh wow, really? There's a blue post saying they're trying to fix it to the way it was. So it's a bug. Yeah. It's actually fucking insane how many paladins do this. Can you stop shooting the fucking divine storm at the mobs who are trying to not pull? I think you got scammed if you're paying for weak ores. It's hard to understand how you could actually like not just get them and then give them to people too. That's exactly what happens, right? Like one person pays for them and then they just give them to everybody. Do you think maybe that's possible, Faxi, or do you actually download them from the source and they're totally free? There's a whole website dedicated to sharing some classic WeakOr guy's stuff because he's infamous for paywalling. Oh really? What is the WeakOr? Is it classic? What the fuck do you need? I know people who paid for Newo's WeakOrs, but I wouldn't. Oh yeah, it's 100% free. I'm looking at Wagayo right now. Gotcha. There's not even like a place that you could pay if you wanted to, kind of thing. Don't you just need to sub to him for his UI? Yeah, but it's like I don't like. It's just files, right? Like, can't you just share them whenever you want?
Welcome to the fire and rain.
Playtime! Beware.
You're paying for the automatic updater? Stop that. What, like you don't have to re-download them or something? That's still paying for it though if you sub, right?
Stand still! I ain't done with you. Beware.
Bro, half the gameplay in WoW is UI. Kind of makes sense, so yeah. I don't know, I get how so many people keep missing. I don't know, the whole like, I like that, I do not agree with that. Like, making people pay to download shit that you use to customize your game and play better is really fucked up. Like, that's really fucked up. I don't like that at all. It's like beyond greedy. I get why people try to do it because, you know, they're trying to make as much of a living off this as possible, but it's not. No, that's not cool. If you're truly doing it to help, then you would give that to them for free. That guy just died. It runs the corpse over, that's funny. I was gonna say, what happens now? Does it stop? Another guy died. I respect the DBM author stance on not paywalling, but still asking for support. Yeah, I know that guy personally, he's a good guy. That's why I said it sucks that Blizzard's gonna do it, because he's one of the few add-on developers who actually deserve support. Well, I don't know about few, but he's one that I know of that's definitely deserving of support. Hey Mansoor, welcome back. He does a lot, so him asking for support is totally reasonable. Yeah, I mean, he basically does, like, goes way out of his way to make this add-on now. There was a time when he was making it that it was like, you know, it was stuff that he might be doing anyway, but now it's like he's spending all his time on the PTR trying to get all this info on his own, basically. Making that add-on is like way harder than updating a UI or something, you know what I mean? It's very, very much work for sure for that guy. Yeah, Blizzard bought him a PC, yeah, because his grandmother was, he was taking care of his grandmother and she was requiring, like, around-the-clock care, so he had to quit his job, basically. Like, Deadly Boss mods, I want to say more than Deadly Boss mods, but we'll start with Deadly Boss mods. Deadly Boss mods is like a core functional add-on that has changed the way World of Warcraft works, okay? So that dude, like, yeah, you guys wouldn't have the add-ons you have now if it wasn't for Deadly Boss mods. It was the original thing that started this whole, like, we need more data to play better thing. Now things have changed to the point where I think, like, Weak Ores does way more than Deadly Boss mods or any other add-on ever could. But it still only exists because of that. Again, we left on the pull. And then on top of that, add-ons like damage meters are like the reason that logs are what they are now today. But the problem with damage meters is there's not been like one unified, like, does anybody still use fucking recount? You know what I mean? Like, no, of course not. So it's not like that where it's just like one thing that existed for like 20 years, but still those add-ons are like foundational. They've changed the game. They're not just tools. They're actually game changers. I don't think that people are going to flock to DBM, Blizzard's DBM offering. I would not move to their OmniCD replacement or LVY. I probably would, to be honest. As long as it's customizable and where you can place it, then I would probably use Blizzard's, because you know it's accurate. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's times on DBM, and maybe not on Bigwigs, but there's times on DBM, especially at the beginning of the season, where it's like, the guy literally says, like, the add-on is not accurate. I need you guys to submit me more timer evidence or something. And it's like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? So that's gone. Like, obviously Blizzard makes the fights. They know exactly when the things are going to happen. Unless thing they add is good IMO, really. I figured you want to lessen the phase, try to cut a whole phase out. I will never play WoW without my LVY setting. Nothing Blizzard can do. Oh no. Well, LVY, that's different. Imagine WoW without needing a bunch of bolt-on features. That would be perfect for the health of the game. Nah, that as long as there's add-ons, there's tools that you would want to use to better your gameplay. That's what I was trying to say with DBM. Like, this is not a tool you need, quote unquote. You certainly didn't need it in fucking Classic. You know what I mean? But it's still a tool that people should use because it changes the way you develop the information, you know? Yeah, I agree. Add-ons are why the game is what it is. Like, the social, like, the idea that players can create an add-on that, like, dramatically improves other players' ability to play the game is, like, a fundamental feature of World of Warcraft. And I'm saying, like, there's no add-on that's more fundamental to that than an add-on like DBM or an add-on like Details, although Details is new. That's why I was hesitant to say Details and Plater, because they're new. But without add-ons like those, the game is not what it is today. Most people don't really need DBM now. Well, in Mythic Plus, it's, yeah. In Raids, I think it's probably needed, but in Mythic Plus, it's one of those things that's like, okay, yeah, we can use that. If they did this years ago, fine, but they're a bit late to the game. Why? I'm not sure why all of a sudden they've like suddenly started caring about their UI a lot more, so I get that criticism, but they're definitely, I mean, there's no such thing as being late in this case. Like, I always improve the game, no matter how long it takes. I've moved on from DBM to a vastly cleaner looking bigwigs. Yeah, I've heard about bigwigs being superior. I legit use DBM and bigwigs because I can't choose between them. You use both? What happens when you use both? They both give me verbal info. Doesn't it spam it though? Like 2 messages at once or no? Details is just an iteration of recount. Fair to say the add-on combined are just as important as DBM. It's a, like, to call it an iteration of recount is, that's, yeah. That's not fair to details, frankly. But it's the same, like, general principle, so yeah, I guess you can say that, but details is like 1000% better than recount was. DBM and bigwigs? That guy never misses a mechanic.
Beware. 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 Beware.
All I got.
Beware.
Send it.
Beware.
One more. Nope. If people focus on their performance, it got people focused on their performance is the point. Recount was one of the first things to make people push for that big parse number. Yeah, I agree with that. That's one way or the other. Details does a lot more than recount ever could, so it's definitely not fair to combine them into one conversation, but yeah, regardless, add-ons like it are huge. I think adding MDT-like feature where you can plan your routes will be another baseline too. Yeah, that one could definitely be something that I could see coming in at some point as well.
Beware. 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 Beware.
Who remembers the ThoughtBot add-on? I don't. LBI lets you export profiles. Not sure if their version of that has an export feature. Yeah, you can do that with the Blizzard stuff. I just hope they iterate on Canadian Helper Plus Plus. What's up, man? How's it going? What have you been up to? I haven't talked to you in a while. What how's the hockey going for you? Mythic Plus should be procedurally generated to prevent routes. If I made Mythic Plus, I don't know that procedural generation would be the way I would do it, but yeah. If I made Mythic Plus, routes would definitely not be a thing. Yeah, you can't really do procedural generation, but definitely make it so you need to kill every mob in the dungeon. That would be a good start. There's nothing wrong with Blizzard making their own add-ons as an option. Regular add-ons will still be there to use. Correct, yeah. They're setting up for WoW 2 where everyone has a fixed UI for easier tournament viewing. I highly doubt. I really don't think they'll ever do a WoW 2. Had a nasty cold last week and a half. Been super tired from it. Hockey is making me sad. Kings lost 3 in a row on the verge of elimination. Yeah, Faxi was telling me. Sorry about that. Hopefully they'll turn around though.
Beware.
In 5 to 10 years, AI will be good enough to procedurally generate dungeons. So really. Evoker keeps dying left and right. Yeah, it's only 2 deaths from this run, but we've seen a lot of Evoker deaths on bosses recently. I gotta stop giving them this dart, I guess. That's the problem. I keep thinking it's a good pick, but they can't live, so they can't do good damage. The issue. At least he's not dying front and center. That would be worse, probably. Yeah, more on display. The only difficulty is in Evoker is its movement. Oh, really? Find out tomorrow. If you hear a giant redhead running naked around Edmonton Friday morning, you'll know the Kings were eliminated. They're the home team? Like, are they home right now, or? Hockey still does the old school NBA thing, right? Where it's 2 games home, 3 games away, 2 games home? Or do they do 1-1-1 to end it? Or what?
Beware. Beware.
Two home, 2 away, then 1-1-1. Oh, okay, cool. That's interesting. Yeah, because I've been trying to keep up with the Blues, and they had 2 home games, so now they're going to be away for this next one tonight, right? That's interesting.
Beware.
For some reason, I don't even know who they're playing. I can't keep track of all the teams and all the names, but the team they're playing, their goalie is like fucking horrendous on the road. I don't know if that's like a common thing or what, but like they benched him 2 games in a row. During the game, I think like there's probably like 10 goals plus that he's given up in those 2 games. Blues are doing really well. No one expected them to win any games against the Jets. Yeah, that's Winnipeg. That's it, yeah. Your night out, can't you meld, skip, splash, flish, or splash, or whatever his name is? Bubbles? I have no idea. I've never tried it. I think the meld thing requires you to actually, like, be far away as well. Like, it doesn't just, you can't just use the spell. His name is Bubbles. Yeah, what the fuck? Splish, splash, what? You can Wraith walk away from him and do it, but the timing is tight. Yeah, it's like very likely it's gonna fail, I'd imagine. I mean, I literally have been trying to use this spell for years to reset bosses that we're about to wipe on, and it never works. Like, I probably like 1 in 10 times I use it that it worked, so I don't have any confidence in this spell doing anything for me. No, Paladin is Bubbles, right? Well, it's a ratio. If it worked every time, it would be so powerful that it would become mandatory. Well, it does work every time for Demon Hunters. That's the thing. They've like designed whole routes around it, but I think the reason they do it is because they have the guaranteed, like, they can run away from the mob at will, where I can't really. Yeah, the music here is fucking insanely good. People keep saying it sounds like Ratchet and Clank or something like that. I've never played that game, but it's really, really good. Ratchet and Clank is turbo goated. Is that a good thing? Demon Hunter Meld Skip used to be AoE cower, run past, meld it. It was a large success window. Oh yeah, you mean like AoE cower. You're talking about the fear, right? Yeah. I reached 3K today, and I'm not going to touch a key until next season. Oh really? Jeez. Well, grats. Well, you got a while before the next season starts. Was gonna say we probably aren't even at the halfway point. Yeah, definitely not. Now that we know I thought they were like way ahead on patches, but they're actually just planning on more patches, I guess. So we're far away. Yeah, it might be one of the longer seasons. They needed to lust this. What? No, this is not upgradable. Now I have disease trail, disease shield, and disease block coming together. Nice.
You dare question me? Beware.
2004 Unholy Death Knight was a. Oh, you're talking about diseases? Oh, I mean to use a potion. If we are a while away from a new season and the gear cap is getting higher, I assume getting a 3K will be easier. Oh, way easier, yeah. Everybody's gaining 6 average item all right, so. And leveling a Blood Death Knight on Cata Classic, Death Strike that uses runes feels weird. I know, have you seen the playthrough I've been doing it all on the second channel? It's actually hard to get used to Death Strike being a runic power generator, but yeah. Death Knight is really fun in Wrath. It's actually surprisingly fun. I didn't think I would enjoy it as much as I do. Been catching up on the last couple days, episode 4 or 5. Oh yeah, cool. Well, good. I hope you enjoy it. It's we got a lot of. We already have 23 episodes recorded, so. I don't know if you know this, but you can skip a punch by shadow melding. Oh, really? Yeah, no. Not hard enough to be. Isn't that not gonna just like hit somebody else? Like that seems risky. I know tanks and kata do ridiculously high damage. Oh, do they? I don't remember that much.
Beware.
Pretty famous for mop, though. I know that's coming up. I am definitely enjoying it. It's an interesting concept. It makes me want to experiment with Azeroth Core myself. Yeah, it's really fun. Now I'm at like a point where I'm like, I'm seriously debating whether or not I want to start over and actually like use source code instead of a repack. I don't know. I need to just get this through my head that I don't need to do this, but it's like I keep thinking about it, and I keep thinking I probably should just do it. But I don't even know how to do it. Like I don't know even to start, so I don't know. Alright, well that was easy. To finish, at least. We didn't upgrade it, right? Oh, we did upgrade it! Wait. Oh, shit. That's funny. I didn't even realize we were upgrading that. I was not even paying attention to the timer. That's funny. Did you see the Blizzard video? No, not yet. I'm gonna watch it tonight. But now I must leave. Cinder Brew, let's see. It is Dark Flame Clapped. Okay. Yeah, see that Evoker looking good though, right? Source code would be fun. I have this weird idea in my head to change Rogue into a pseudo monk. That has to be a way to make it work. Oh yeah, you can do anything. There's a guy named Wall who's doing it all with Classic, and he's basically made like a full, like, it's like a whole different game. Like he's made a whole different game within Classic. Making new classes is very hard though. So yeah, if you literally want to just replace Rogue, and I mean it's not easy, but one button rotation. I'm sad for this game. Console inbound. Oh yeah. So you are able to AMS the bouncing orb on that boss? Yes. You can AMS the stun, or you can Icebound Fortitude the stun. Congrats on the key upgrade. Thanks. It's not going to console, it's to help new players, yeah. I don't see what that has to do with console, to be honest, but... Anyway, Dev Evoker, Bombkin, and Paladin. They're similar enough, I think I can figure out how to make it work. Oh yeah, well. If you end up looking at it or if you have any questions, let me know, man. Automating the game doesn't help people learn. That's true, but unfortunately, as we've seen time and time again, a lot of people who are needing to learn the rotation are not going to learn, so. It's not surprising that in Blizzard's interest to get those people to shortcut the process. And unfortunately, the only other way to do it would be to make the actual rotation like absurdly easy, which I don't think. Say out of keys if you're new. Oh, that's ridiculous. Why would you even say that? It's for the super casual new player who you won't encounter any of them in whatever you're doing, right? Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's. Oh no, we did get it on the sheet. Yeah. All right. Cool. Well, I kind of got to run, so. I'll be back tomorrow, and yeah. I would love to continue this conversation, honestly, but I gotta run, so. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow.